You can stand right here and just say test, test, test. But how are you going to do this when you stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? So this is just a quick test to make sure that when you stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance, everything's going to be perfect. Yeah?
I'm really bad at test, test.
Now you just say test, test. Yeah, right here into the
This
microphone.
will be really test, test.
Oh my God, that's perfect. Do either one? So if you know it by heart, it's good.
All right, good evening. And welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on August 26, 2025 at 6 p.m. In attendance this evening are Governing Board Dr. Melinda Anderson, Mr. Emil Barham, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma, Miss Melissa Chai, Student Board Member. We also have Legal Counsel, Mr. Bill Diedrich, and Secretary to the Board, Dr. Gary Woods, and Executive Team. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will the audience please stand and repeat after me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ollie and Eleanor. We have a special treat for you. Melissa, will you help me pass these out? And a certificate. You guys did awesome. Okay, Mr. Schwartz, you wanted a moment of silence?
Okay. This week we lost one of our fabulous employees in our system, Dennis DeVore, who worked in IT, who was a friend to everybody. If you ever needed anything done, you just came in and Dennis was there with a smile. And it was very sudden. We still don't even know what happened. And we'd just like everyone to bow their heads for a moment and say a little prayer for Dennis and his family. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're going to do board president's comments. I've written them down. So, as board president, I want to begin tonight's meeting by setting a clear expectation for how we conduct ourselves. And I'm talking to us as board members. Our TVUSD governing handbook affirms that board members must model professionalism, respect, and civility in all interactions. This includes refraining from personal attacks, name-calling, or any behavior that undermines the dignity of this board. Then, Robert's Rules of Order, which is the parliamentary procedure that we follow, require that debate be focused on issues, not individuals, and that members speak in turn without interruption. Yelling over one another, interrupting, or using disparaging marks is out of order and will not be permitted. Accordingly, moving forward, I want each of you to commit, and I'm going to look at each of you individually. Mr. Schwartz, I want you to commit to not interrupting or speaking over others, no personal attacks or name calling, and to debate respectfully, focused and tied directly to the agenda items. Can I get you to commit to that? Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Dr. Komrosky, I want you to commit to not interrupting or speaking over others, no personal attacks or name calling, and to debate respectfully, focused, and tied directly to the agenda at hand. Thank you, Dr. Komrosky. I appreciate that. Mr. Barham, I would like you to commit not interrupting or speaking over others, no personal attacks or name calling, and to debate respectfully, focused, and tied directly to the agenda.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. Mrs. Wiersma, I want you to commit not to interrupt, no interrupting or speaking over others, no personal attacks or name calling, and to debate respectfully, focused, and tied directly to the agenda at hand.
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiersma. To ensure these expectations are met, I am going to enforce the following procedure. Any board member who engages in interruptions, yelling, or personal attacks will receive a warning. A second violation will result in a final warning, and then after that, microphones will be turned on one at a time when members are recognized after raising their hand. These measures are not intended to silence board members' speech, but they're to guarantee that our meetings remain productive, professional, and respectful. And I just want you to know that I commit not to interrupt or speak over others, no personal attacks or name calling, and to debate respectfully, focused, and tied directly to the agenda at hand. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Barham, we have the readout of action taken in closed session.
Yes. It was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by myself to ratify the district's adjusted amount for case number CVS W2309604. That motion passed unanimously with a vote of 5-0. It was moved. Second, it was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by myself to approve the settlement for case number CVS W2307692, and that motion was approved unanimously with a vote of 5-0. Third, it was moved by Member Anderson and seconded by Member Schwartz to approve the settlement agreement and release for certificated employee number 289754, effective September 30th, 2025, or such earlier date by operation of paragraph 3 of the settlement agreement. And that motion passed unanimously with a vote of 5-0. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. We're now, Miss Melissa Chai will introduce our students and organizations this evening.
Good evening, everyone. As your student board member, I have the honor of introducing tonight's Student Spotlight. Each month, we get to highlight our amazing students from our schools who remind us why we do what we do. So just a friendly reminder, our Spotlight speeches are limited to 3 minutes. So starting off from Chaparral High School, we have Genevieve Hua, Colby Creamer, and Caden Twiss.
Good evening, Superintendent Woods, board members, cabinet members. My name is Genevieve Hua, and I'm Chaparral High School's ASB president.
I'm Colby Creamer, our ASB vice president. Thank you for having us tonight.
On Friday, August 22nd, we held our annual luau from 8 to 10 p.m. It was such a fun and exciting way to kick off the school year. The event especially helped our freshmen connect with new people and feel welcomed into the Puma family.
The week before school started, we hosted our annual Puma Prep Days. Each grade came on their separate day to receive their schedules, spirit wear, and take their yearbook photos. This helps students, especially the freshmen, feel ready and excited to start the year.
Please enjoy this video highlighting some of our events so far. On Friday, August Thank you. On Friday, August 29th, our senior sunrise will happen. Seniors will gather together to watch the sunrise and enjoy breakfast. It's one of the most anticipated traditions for the class of 2026.
On September 6th, we will host our senior parking spot painting. Seniors and their families will come together to customize their parking spaces, giving them a sense of ownership and leaving their personal mark on Chaparral. This is something that our underclassmen look forward to greatly in the future.
Coming up during lunch, we will be hosting our Club Rush. This event is crucial in helping students discover and join clubs that match their interests, fostering involvement, school spirit, and a way for students to speak their mind in the club of their choosing or creation.
We're also deep into planning for our homecoming on September 20th. The homecoming rally will take place Thursday, September 18th, followed by our homecoming game against Great Oak High School on Friday the 19th. Our theme this year is Fast and Furious.
Lastly, we're proud to share that our campus and classes have received major upgrades.
Our ceramics program received a brand new kiln, which is a rare and exciting addition. This was made possible thanks to our funds from Prop 28.
In addition, we've introduced 2 new dual enrollment classes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chaparral. Next, from Great Oak High School, we have Abby Huth, Amina Shams, and Cadence Lane.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Abby.
And I'm Amina, and we are so excited to be back and sharing everything going on at Great Oak this month. We had so much fun starting off our year with Welcome Wolfpack Days, and it was a great way to get our energy ready for the school year.
On our first day of school was full of Great Oak campus. Our Great Oak campus was full of Great Oak spirit and introductions into campus culture. This year, focusing on the idea of be the one, ... students learned the emphasis on the ... as it leaves it open-ended for them to choose how they will be the one for someone else. For example, today, I was focusing on how I was going to be the one to compliment someone else's shoes. So, I challenge each and every one of you to challenge yourself to be the one for someone else today.
All of our fall sports were introduced at our fall night rally, and like always, we were so excited to see all of our performing arts performing teams perform. We concluded the rally with our annual movie night where we showed the first Harry Potter movie.
With homecoming next Saturday, we've been promoting our Spirit Days on campus. This year's theme is Harry Potter, so we're excited for things like Quidditch Jersey Day, Dobby Crazy Sock Day, and House Color Wars.
We've also been getting ready for our rally on the 3rd, and our Red Wave homecoming game is September 5th, where we'll be announcing our homecoming royalty during the halftime show, and we'll be displaying our new stadium lights. So look at the mountains to see a Harry Potter-themed laser show.
Thank you for having us, and don't forget to find the way to be the one ...
watching. Don't really care if my rhythm's off, 'cause I'm gonna dance like nobody's watching.
The student section? Holy cow.
Time.
Rhythm's off, 'cause
Thank you, Great Oak. And now from TV, we have Megan Hammond and Kenzie McKinn.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us at the first meeting of the year. We're so excited to be back sharing all the excitement at TV. It's already off to an amazing start for the Golden Bears. I'm Megan.
And I'm Kenzie. Starting off the year strong, our welcome rally showed our Golden Bears what TVHS is all about. With tons of spirit, we had amazing performances, games, and recognition. We kicked it off with a round of limbo with students and staff. We were really impressed with Mr. Stuck, our ceramics teacher. He did pretty well against some of our varsity dancers.
All year, we're working on the idea that Bears have to take action. There's so many golden opportunities in high school, but if you don't go out and grab them, they'll just pass by. We don't watch live from it's our favorite TV shows. It's TV time, not television time.
There's lots of new things happening on our campus. We're most excited about our Golden Guide upperclassmen mentors who have been working hard to welcome the class of 2029. Several weeks ago now, we hosted 9th grade orientation. We played games including a tough round of Simon Says, got to know each other through some different small group activities, and showed them around campus. Each group of about 10 ninth graders have been matched up with 2 upperclassmen mentors for the year. Each tour group came up with their own theme. There were dinosaur riders, babies, minions, googly eyes, and cowboys all walking around campus. It was a lot of fun.
2 days after that, we held a dance just for our freshman class. The Golden Guides helped host the event as they welcomed the 9th graders to their first high school event. Lots of students enjoyed long games, snacks, photo booths, and crafts.
Megan and I are both part of the Golden Guide leadership team. We're looking forward to Thursday, where we have the chance to meet up with our groups again to play a few games of wavelength. We'll hear how their first couple of weeks have been. It's an ongoing program where we'll get together at least once a month. We hope to share with you all some of the highlights.
Next week is our Club Rush. Every school has them. We're really excited about some of the clubs that are getting up and running. Investment Club, Ohana, STEP Team, Anyone Can Art, Pause for a Cause, pickleball, chess, karaoke. The list goes on, but it really seems something for everyone.
We're trying to beat the heat. Last Friday, we had a water balloon toss during lunch. If you and your partner could keep it intact at about 30 feet, then you enjoyed an otter pop. The seniors have also been enjoying the new trees on campus out in the quad. They're providing some nice shade, and they look really pretty. We're proud of our campus.
Every Tuesday during advisement, students can volunteer to pick up trash to earn community service hours. We had 35 students today, and that was just our first session.
We're not sure if you've seen this trend where students decorate their jeans or jorts to be worn on Spirit Days, but this afternoon, ASB hosted a junior year painting party. Students brought in their clothing items, and ASB provided the paint. They're ready for the next Gold Day.
This weekend, the seniors get to paint their parking spots out in the lot. It's one of our favorite traditions. There are some amazing artists, and the students are really proud of the work.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. Now is the time to recognize the important school organizations that support our students and staff every day. From our Teachers Association, we have President Edgar Diaz.
Good evening, board and staff. Great to see you again after a long summer. Familiar face, looks like it, yeah. I'm here as part of Temecula Valley Educators Association to share with you that 90 educators have joined TVUSD over the last summer. I've met with over 80 new hires, either in small groups or individually. They've all expressed joy and commitment to joining the learning communities that they're coming into. It's been such a great thing to find out what it is that brought them to TVUSD, what brought them into education, and the commitment that they have to working with students. We have individuals coming from North Carolina, some as close to Hemet, that they've heard about TVUSD and wanted to come and join us. Many Valley residents, and especially a lot of TVUSD alumni, students who have come through our School District who have now joined and call this their professional home. The last group is super special as educators, as they are now working along many of the teachers that they, now as colleagues. So instead of seeing them as an adult, they themselves are making the decisions along with their educators there. And so that's super exciting to be able to see them in action. Overall, 1,430 plus certificated employees are welcoming students with safe and supporting environments to start the year, collaborating with colleagues on how to support students for success, and many of them coming in before the school year on unpaid days to decorate their classrooms. And if you've gone around, you've seen a lot of people put a lot of work into making those environments safe and available for many students. Many schools had back to school nights. Many the second day of school. Oh my gosh, that was incredible for those people to overcome that with that energy, getting everything ready, and then meeting with their parents the following day. They spent many nights planning their service delivery for students to make sure that they can support all students as possible, getting to know caseloads, getting to know IEPs for goals for students, getting to know how they're going to work with these particular groups of students throughout the day. It's been a pleasure going around through all the different sites and seeing just the explosive growth we've had in TK. TK, oh my, it's been such a pleasure to see the teachers who are getting in there, seeing the IE support that's there, being able to support these tiny 4 or 5-year-olds that are there in classrooms. It's just incredible to be able to see the type of work they have and the teachers' excitement to be able to work with them. We've also, as far as TVA, we are involved in the first meeting of the collaboration of the We Elevate Committee that is along with Dr. Gary Wood, Superintendent, and along with Nicole Deas as well. In that group, that involves us and CSEA, and that part is to be able to recognize our employee groups and to strive to problem solve. It's off to a great start to the year. We hope to be able to engage in many of the things that we do as Temecula Valley Educators Association. Have a great night.
Thank you. And now from our Classified Employees Association, we have Administrator Ruby Alvarado and President Jennifer Kroom.
We're also known as Rubifer. Good evening, Board President Dr. Anderson, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Woods, and everyone here tonight. My name is Ruby Alvarado, and I serve as the administrator for Temecula Chapter 538. I am a state representative for the California School Employees Association. It is my pleasure to introduce and welcome our new chapter president, Jennifer Kroom. With our new executive board, we are committed to continuing to rebuild our chapter and strengthening collaboration with the district. We look forward to working together in a spirit of partnership, respect, and shared purpose, always with the success of students, our members, and our community at the heart of what we do. Thank you for your time and continued support, and now off to Jen.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Anderson, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Woods, and everyone here tonight. Thank you, Ruby, for your kind introduction. I'm honored and excited to begin this new role as the chapter president, and what makes me most confident is stepping into this position is knowing that I have Ruby here with me and my mentor. Her guidance and experience and support are invaluable. I'm grateful for her example. As chapter president, my focus will be to continue moving our chapter in the forward while fulfilling CSA's mission to improve the lives and members of our members, students, and community. I look forward to visiting sites and connecting with our classified employees and working together to strengthen our chapter. I also want to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Woods, Mr. Barham, Ms. Deas, Ms. Martinez, and Mr. Arce, along with so many others I've met. You've all been so welcoming, and I truly appreciate the kindness and collaboration that I've experienced already. Together, I'm confident that we can continue building strong partnerships that benefit our members and our students and our entire community. Thank you.
All right, that was our last spotlight. Thank you all for the work that you do to keep our school strong. Do we have any student comments at this time?
We now have consent items. We have 4 public comments on consent items. Lenny, who's the first person to comment?
First up is Rosie, followed by Janice.
Was it turned off? Oh, thank you. All right. Can I have my 3 minutes back, please? The microphone was turned off. Thank you. All right, so I'm here to address all of the contracts with Big Springs Educational Therapy in Schools, Empower Child Learning Psychology, Sharon Krieger Physical Therapy, Psychological Assessments and Therapy, Brainwaves Pediatric Therapy, Variation Psychology, Discovery, Ranch South Cedar City, Creative Behavior Interventions. When did schools become wellness centers where children are taken for psychologists, counseling? I don't understand. But I do understand there is an agenda against our children, which I am not okay with. The schools teach children to question their gender. And then the teachers affirm a child's new gender identity and hide it from the parents. Then the counselors, all of these counselors that we are paying with our tax dollars, they support a new gender identity behind the parents' back. Then the parents must go along or they risk losing custody. Foster parents must support a gender transition, and so must parents. And then the insurance companies must pay for a gender transition. And then doctors who took a Hippocratic oath to do no harm, they are now performing gender transition surgeries, which are irreversible sex change operations. We cannot change a child's sex. You're born male and female. That is how God made us, all the way down to our DNAs. So we are hacking off perfectly healthy body parts in the name of this gender ideology. And ultimately, children pay the price. So who's behind all of this? Well, the largest teachers union, the National Education Association, they are all about this.
I just want to remind you to stay on topic with the consent items.
That is on topic because that is what's happening with our counselors in our schools. So I want to know why we are bringing in all of these counseling services, gender plans that have nothing to do with education. It's absolutely disgusting. So our kids deserve better. I hope that you all do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice, followed by Jennifer.
Hello, I'm Janice Haloka, an educational consultant committed to driving positive change in public education. As such, I was alerted about the July 21st special board meeting, and as I attended this meeting, I feel the minutes are flawed. And this is about the approval of the July 21st special meeting minutes. First, on July 16th, a press article reported a sworn declaration that stated Trustee Anderson had privately admitted hearing Trustee Schwartz make inappropriate comments towards Trustee Wiersma, which raised serious concerns about the validity of the sexual harassment investigator's report. Yes, yet this declaration was not mentioned at the meeting, even though the meeting itself relied on that report. Second, I submitted a slip to speak on item G3, but when it was pulled, members of the public, including myself, were denied the right to speak or redirect comments to another items. The minutes do not reflect this. Third, the minutes state that the board voted to remove the district from any further involvement in what was referred to as a personal dispute, which is inaccurate and misleading. Trustee Wiersma filed a Title IX UCP complaint, a legal right, not a private dispute. And the board's decision to hire outside investigators shows that TVUSD accepted her complaint. And as the investigators' report has since been appealed, the CDE orders further investigation, the district must comply. It cannot simply withdraw jurisdiction. Therefore, I ask the board to reject the approval of the July 21 minutes until corrections are made to reflect that the public was denied the right to comment on G3. There's a removal of inaccurate characterizations of Trustee Wiersma's complaint and any statement that could be construed as retaliatory and verbal statements made by board members. Finally, as the implications of the sworn declaration remain unaddressed, I request that this matter be placed on the next regular meeting agenda, pursuant to Ed Code 35145.5 and TVUSD Board Bylaw 9322, which guarantees the public's right to place district business on the board's agenda. I will be submitting that request in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a Jennifer, but I just noticed that the title that you put is actually for action, so I'm going to move it to action. Yeah. Okay. And then, so last up is Rusty.
Good evening, thank you. So I want to speak to you about item 46, the collaboration between TVUSD and the University Health System regarding drug abuse. First of all, I applaud the board for being proactive, recognizing that even though there may not be a gigantic drug problem in Temecula, there is in our society, and why wait till it gets here to do something with it. But I don't think this is necessarily the right way to go. I have a couple problems with it. One of them is the idea that it says in the proposal that initially it says that parents are required for a referral for the kids to go. Later on in the proposal, it says that kids can self-refer outside of the required TVUSD referral process. So you got something, a major conflict there. My other problem is going with an organization that has this big of a footprint. It's deals with mental health, deals with physical health, deals with all those things. And if we're worried about drug abuse, then let's deal with it. Let's maybe get an issue or a organization that deals with drug abuse, like DARE. Mrs. Wiersma brought forth a proposal a while last year, 2 years ago maybe, to deal with to bring DARE on board, at least to talk to them, which was shot down. My problem is in an organization like that, I see, especially if kids can self-refer, I have a picture in my mind of a door that says drug abuse, prevention, care, interdiction, those things that go along with that. And you say that's a great thing. If a kid wants to get help for that, let's get him in there. But if these counselors from this organization are used to also referring to other organizations, so if they think that a kid has a problem with other issues, then they can refer to there, and the parents don't even know about that, right? So now inside that room where you had the drug abuse, now you've got several other doors with signs above them that might say, and you can, I'm sure people will roll their eyes, but might say gender affirmation, might say pregnancy or abortion planning, might say whatever it might say, things that go against, and there might be things, proselytization, that go against parents' ideals. And if parents don't have the ability to know about that, then they can't be involved with their kids in these huge decisions. So please look this over again. Don't just pass this but with a rubber stamp. This needs to be looked over. If for no other reason that the issue that I brought up to you about parents have to refer, but parents don't have to refer. So please look at this a little more carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. It seems like Mrs. Wiersma, you pulled 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3.
All right, I pulled these minutes because I feel like we need some additional time to go over these. There was made mention tonight, some discrepancies, And I understand when minutes are taken, it can be easy for them not to be translated exactly correct, but there's enough very important items that were circumvented or not spoken to that we need to pull these down, and we do need to bring them back. One of the comments for July 29th is there was a motion to allow Mrs. Wiersma to make a public comment. It doesn't list about the aspect of being a citizen, how that really differed and how that was shut down. I think it's important if people look back that they can get a good account of what really happened. There was mention that an affidavit wasn't spoken of, and in the public comment summary, that's pretty important. I think that needs to be something that's looked at. Dr. Anderson, I know you agreed to bring back the Constitution Day resolution. That's not noted here, and I just think it's important because at the next meeting, we'll be discussing all of those things. So that comes from all three, and I would invite my colleagues, if you want to look through it, if you haven't already, and would like to make reference. I think we should each have the opportunity to do that and bring it back for the next meeting. So that is why I pulled those.
Okay. Mrs. Wiersma, would you email Lene a list of all the changes that you want, and we'll go over them and get back to you on that? Bring them back next meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other comment on minutes?
Yeah, just a clarifying question. Without getting too technical, what is the summary of the minutes generally, so that we as a board know when somebody's encapsulating snapshots of guest speakers and things that happen? What do we mean by summary? And the thing that I'd like to add is, in the future, we should have summary with salient features, because that's what Mrs. Wiersma was drawing out. Salient features have to be encapsulated, even if it's so brief. They should be there. See what the board thinks.
Okay, we'll discuss it with legal. Did you even ask his question? You want to answer right now, like you're asking what is the summary, and who are you asking that question
I
to?
think my expectation of the summaries, one, is reasonable, and I think the board should say we should have summaries that encapsulate salient features that are not left out. Number one, she mentioned a few. I'll just pick out one. If there's a mention of an affidavit, it should be encapsulated, and it's significant. Whether you agree with it or not, it was mentioned.
Okay.
And so, but then my question is what does the board think about a summary? What should it have? And that's my offer, but
So
open it up.
if the board wants to make suggestions and send them to Lene, then I can forward them to Mr. Diedrich, and he'll look over it and give us direction. Does that sound like a good plan?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Let's do that. So will you both email Lene regarding that, and then Mr. Diedrich will get back to us. Okay. The next thing that was pulled by number 30.
Yes, I pulled that, the contract with consulting services with P3 cost analysts. I'm not sure who wants to field this. I did read through it. Obviously, there were a lot of things on this list. It does sound like a win-win initially because the district can save money, so it sounds like we're taking a third-party focus, and they're looking at how we can save money, which I appreciate it. I guess my question is, where is the win so big in that we don't have district staff evaluate contracts and operations to identify savings and non-value spending? I definitely see how it is nice, and I'm all ears to learn more, but that would be my first question. And then my second would be, are we sharing a lot of data about what vendors we're using? Because this third party might be looking through that. I know companies are always analyzing data, looking at how they can come back with quotes, or would they undercut whom we have? Those are just two questions I want answered with this contract before passing it through. So I'm not sure who the best person would be, but I'd love to hear from Mrs. Lash.
Sure. This was just effectively us trying to save the district some money. We don't have folks that are experts or that have the time necessarily to, we review invoices for reasonableness, but digging into whether we're in the right zone for the right wattage that we're being charged, digging into things like that. So these are utility bills, waste management bills. And they're just looking to make sure, just like when you get your phone bill, if you've ever looked at the attachment, it's like 100 pages long. They're going to make sure and dissect it and see, are you paying the exact rates that you should be paying? Are you, if there's a time zone change where it's supposed to shift, did that happen? And if they end up saving us money, they will split the proceeds with us 50-50 for whatever they save, so they're incentivized to find savings for the district. And as far as providing services, that's not what they do. I mean, you can see the different types of things that they're looking at. They're not trying to be competitive in waste management and printing and shipping and maintenance and uniform services. They're not going to be experts in those things to where they're going to be turning around and asking us for service.
So you don't think the data would be leaked? It's not within.
It's all public information anyway.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, then the next item that was pulled is 46.
Okay, so with item 46, it's the Memorandum of Understanding with the Riverside University Health System. I appreciated the gentleman who shared a public comment. Actually, there were a couple of comments, and I think it's really important to kind of reflect on the fact that the schoolhouse really should be covering education, right? That is our focus. It's what we want to be sure we're zooming in on. I think the important thing to know with this particular memorandum is this past summer, the majority of this board rejected a grant supported by the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, which is CYBHI. And that is a grant that would have worked with our district in creating resources, a wellness center. That didn't go through. We made that group decision. When I did the deep dive on this, what I felt like is that this agreement is kind of an act two. I feel like it's a little bit of a facelift representing the same possibilities for free. So they're not attaching a dollar amount to it, but it's because they're receiving the grant money, whereas we decided to bypass that as the board. Obviously, we're very concerned that our children get the help that they need, but so often I think we need to remember that parents should be investigating and providing those resources, because there can be opportunities for children to be asked for their own consent, and that's obvious from how the rationale was worded, and it may not align with family values. And I'm here to advocate as much as I can for the protection of children, parents. I know we all are, but with this in particular, really, the CYBHI and the university are somewhat complementary with the mental health ecosystem. So you can think of CYBHI as the architect and financier. Their behavioral health category is a key local builder. There might be partnership with organizations like a Planned Parenthood or organizations to aid gender transition. And that's my concern. So I agree with the constituent who said, let's narrow it down. If it's drug abuse and we can help a student, great, but I feel like this is a Trojan horse for what we've already pushed away. And I feel like even the recommended motion here is misleading to everyone. And so whether it's hard or not, we've got to acknowledge that as much as we can protect our students and parents' rights, want them to get the help, but really push that to the families, I think it's important. So this for me is a no, based on not only our prior discussion and what we felt as a board, but because of my deep search with this. Thank you.
All right. Then I move to approve consent items 1 through 46 minus, we removed 1 through 3. We'll approve that separate, 30 and 46. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Wait a minute, we need to separate those.
I just did.
You did? Okay, just wanted to be sure I heard it correctly. Thank you.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Clarification, we're voting on 46 separately.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to be sure.
We pulled those.
Then yes.
Okay.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student provisional vote?
Yes.
So the motion to adopt the consent items minus 1, 2, 3, 30, and 46 was approved unanimously. The next is I move to postpone the minutes 1 through 3 until the next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anyone oppose? Then the motion passes unanimously. I move to approve number 30. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Sorry, I'm all over the place here.
Take your time.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Student provisional vote?
Yes.
All right. Then I move to approve number 46. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
No.
Komrosky.
No.
Barham.
No.
Anderson.
No. The motion fails.
Student provisional
Oh, I'm
vote?
so sorry.
That's okay.
Give me a minute, Melissa.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The motion fails 4 to 1. Okay. All right. We're now going to go to action items. Sorry, Mr. Barham. We're going to just take 1 minute before we start public comment on action item 1.
Chelsea, can you hear us? Okay, perfect.
I can hear.
Perfect. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on just a sec. Okay, go ahead.
At the July 29th board meeting, Emil Barham broke the law and violated my free speech rights, even though my comments were germane to the accountability action item. My 13th word was accountability, and I was silenced by my 20th word. And Emil went on to discriminate against me and defame me by labeling me a terrorist publicly. I believe these actions were in retaliation for my warning to the community about the really dangerous mental health policy within the Temecula Valley Unified School District, which, can just, what people don't understand is that this violates children and shames them into filing mental health accommodations that can affect their future careers and their security clearances for life. Since filing my cure and correct, I have been further harassed and retaliated against by Emil Barham and Steve Schwartz publicly and privately. Emil, you cannot govern this board through dictatorial actions like Mao, Stalin, or even the Queen of Hearts. Off with everybody's heads if they don't agree with your viewpoint. That is not the way the First Amendment works. That's not the way the Constitution works. And that is not good governance. Under this board's values, it states, you prioritize community engagement, you set clear standards for respectful professional conduct, and you foster a discrimination-free environment. Really, because I haven't experienced that. Free speech is not just a right, it is the cornerstone of democracy. Yet time and time again, 3 of you on this board have trampled on that right, silencing the voices in this community. Emil, your actions against me, they weren't just wrong. They weren't just illegal. Silence, and I refuse to have the voices in this community be silenced. You know, when my kids were abused in the Capital District, the board didn't help, and one board member said, "What can one mom do? Just one mom." Because I said I was going to get loud. Well, this is just one mom, and I'm going to speak up for children, not just my own, but children, their rights and their dignity everywhere. And this whole boardroom is full of just one moms and just one dads ready to do the same thing. And thank you so much, all of you, for being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have, how many more comments do we have on? 6 comments? Okay. This is one. So you want us to? Okay. Okay, so we're looking at general public comments on action item number 1, which is the adoption in response to demand for cure and correct from Sonia Shaw and Chelsea Boyle. The first speaker.
First up is Ms. Strange, followed by Janice Sorry if I mess that up, Janice. I'm sorry about that.
Taxpayers' oversight for parents and students stand with Chelsea Boyle and Sonia Shaw. Pass this resolution, include all her reasonable demands, or hear from an attorney. Reimburse Ms. Boyle at the board's expense, and censure Trustee Barham for slandering, calling voters flying monkeys, and defaming pillars of the community. He'd be wise to apologize, but he appears to be about as smart as a dog chasing its tail. Barnum is not what Temecula voted for. Resign now, Emil. You're a liability.
Point of order, I'm going to ask
Censor, libel, slander, and defamation and harassment are not protected under Civil Code 47, ma'am.
I'm pausing your time. You get to continue speaking for 3 minutes. I'm going to ask that the public respect your free speech and not disrupt, because the board can't hear you when they're making noise. So I'm going to ask for quiet, and then we did not take away your time. I just want them to be respectful while you're speaking so the board can hear you. Okay, continue.
I appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am. Censor, libel, slander, defamation, and harassment are not protected under Civil Code 47, Mr. Barham. Side with the students and smart taxpayers, or you'll go down with Barham too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Janice, followed by Jennifer.
It's Janice Haloka.
So sorry
My
about
mom
that,
says it's like Haloka with the Korean accent. So Haloka. In April 2024, TVUSD settled a lawsuit with the ACLU after ejecting members of the public from board meetings without cause, violating their First Amendment rights and California law. Under this agreement, the board president cannot remove speakers simply because of disagreements with their viewpoints, as opposing opinions are not inherently disruptive. However, here it is again. This agenda raises the question of whether Trustee Barham, as acting board president, violated Chelsea Boyle's rights by silencing her and ejecting her from the July 29th special meeting. And the proposed cure and correct letters only address reapproving the item under agenda item N2, which is the item following this one. And I don't even think she's going to be here to make her July 29th public comment ahead of that and of the reapproval. But anyway, it does not address Ms. Boyle's right to make her public comment at the July 29th meeting, nor does it address Sonia Shaw's concern that the board is not only acting to silence members of the public, but its own elected trustees. Therefore, I ask the board to acknowledge the harm to Ms. Boyle and demonstrate that TVUSD values free speech and open democracy. Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by Daniel.
Hello. The motion on the floor is in regards to a demand for a cure and correction from Sonia Shaw and Chelsea Boyle regarding public comment opportunities at the July 29th board meeting. I saw the meeting online, and while I agree Ms. Boyle should have been allowed to finish her diatribe for the insane, I empathize with Mr. Barham's very human reaction to the nonsense. This is a woman who has terrorized him and many others in this community, and he was just over it. I think we can all agree that outside agitators are what is causing the most drama amongst this board. I understand that we are all interwoven with local communities like Murrieta, Wildemar, Menifee, but those who live farther away need to worry about their own communities. If the board needs to cure and correct, so be it. But can board members stop inviting interference from people like Hurricane Crazy from Florida and Satan's Mistress from Chino and make some allies locally? If the locals don't support you, then clearly your platform is the wrong one. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Molina, followed by Mary Davis. This one, I guess, was this.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Woods, staff members. There's zero possibility that anybody on this dais can say without a shadow of a doubt that Chelsea Boyle comments were not related to the agendized topic. I sat with you, Dr. Anderson, in my garage. One of the things you talked about was freedom of speech. People need to be given the right to freedom of speech. These specific BOE letters that you provided to me seem apathetic, dismissive, and embarrassing. At least when Dr. K and Mrs. Wiersma opened up our district to potential lawsuits, they were representing something greater than themselves. It is clear that currently you and Mr. Barham are prioritizing personal egos over financial well-being of the district. Your absence on July 29th was notable as you delegated your responsibilities to Mr. Barham, who unfortunately let his personal interests cloud his judgment. There was a portion when we sat down and spoke that you talked about when Stephen Schwartz and Allison Barclay didn't let Jen Wiersma read her comments, and how if they would have, it would have been nothing. They should have just let it happen. I think this is the same situation in this case. Allowing Chelsea to speak would have demonstrated that her comments were indeed relevant, and perhaps Mr. Barham would have had to confront an uncomfortable truth for just a few minutes, rather than this avoidable agenda item that we're speaking to here today. Not to forget how this situation violates our ACLU settlement. And the only reason why that's not an issue is because the people who can bring that forward don't have the integrity to stand on the principles they claim to have. But I will dive more into that later tonight. Good leadership involves accountability, yet your generic responses only underscore a lack of seriousness towards your role as president. This situation could lead to unnecessary legal expenses for the district. It would be wise to acknowledge the missteps taken, issue a sincere apology, and move forward constructively. We must avoid jeopardizing our district's future in favor of protecting egos and reputations. Please, just negotiate. Let's figure this out. I would like to make it clear. I am not okay with paying Chelsea Boyle's travel fees to come over here. The district can't even afford to take my daughter from game to game. So we don't have money for that, frankly. So I would like you guys to maybe figure this out, swallow your egos, and deal with this on a professional level as best you can and represent the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Mary Davis, followed by Melanie.
Hi, good evening. Mary Davis, government watchdog, accountability partner, and just one mom. I am here tonight. First of all, I want to thank you for doing the right thing and issuing this cure and correct. And I know a little something about this because I am from San Diego, and I actually filed a cure and a correct against the County of San Diego, and I should say successfully filed, when they tried to impose a vaccine mandate on new hires. and I beat that back for one meeting, but I learned a lot, and I learned that most government operates with what I call spaghetti governance. Throw it to the wall, see what sticks, see what they can get away with. So thank you for doing the right thing. Thank you, Chelsea, for filing that and keeping government in its lane. Next, I would like to say about what is going on with this free speech. I would remind you, Melinda, about the 1A, or I'm sorry, Dr. Anderson. Well, thank you. 1A, so important, and you're about to step in it again. When the clapping thing is going on, I would refer your attorney and you to NRAK, and that would actually allow clapping. So please be careful before you get another letter. Lastly, I watched the meeting and I saw Mr. Barham and how he treated Chelsea, and that he used the word terrorist or terrorize the community. And I take great exception with that. Not only is it inflammatory, it is defamatory. So I would really tread carefully in your language towards that. And then also, as far as the way you treat the community, you need to up your game in that area as well. The most chilling thing I ever heard, and I go to many, many school board meetings, probably over 100, and I wanted to let you know that the most chilling thing I've ever heard, ever, was at this district. And it was when one of your veteran teachers, who apparently is a closet activist in class, said that he would, this was during the parental rights, that he would turn parents over to CPS, report them to CPS, before he would ever uphold a parental rights thing. And so when you use words like terrorist, you need to realize the old administration actually had parents, concerned parents, on the watch list. And they were coming after parents simply for looking after their kid. So language matters. And I would say you and any activist teachers in this district, stay in your lane, because that's why parents have risen up. You don't respect the rights, and the kids are the parents first, and then you are the stewards, not the owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Uthar, followed by Dr. Reget.
Two years ago, we used to call these board meetings the circus. So, true story, I bought a big box from Costco of like these animal circus cookies, and I used to pass them out to people in the audience, and we would sit here and eat them, you know, the circus cookies for the circus. And we would laugh at the irony of that. Aren't we glad those days are over? But it seems like we have people here who are determined to drag us back to the good old days. Because we have an outsider who came here and hijacked our mic just to throw personal digs at our board member for TikTok videos that resulted in death threats. Then, because every circus needs a ringmaster, enter Sonia Shaw, who just decided she's gonna run up our lawyer bills for who knows what reason. See, she's the board president over in Chino Unified, and she is currently being sued for cutting off someone's mic at a board meeting. She is being sued by a teacher in her own district because she cut off that teacher's mic during a board meeting. Isn't that ironic that she's in our district advocating for somebody? Running up our lawyers' fees. Now, she was offered to just apologize to the teacher. She was offered to do that. And she decided she was going to take the scenic route and go for litigation. Now, she's wasting her district's taxpayer money, thousands and thousands of dollars. She actually just lost last week in court and was told that she's going to be personally sued. But it's still costing their district thousands of dollars. What is happening in Chino is a cautionary tale of what happens when your ego comes before the best interest of your students. So this is why I'm asking our board, and especially you, Trustee Barham, stay grounded. Don't follow Shaw into the pit that she has dragged Chino Unified into. You don't have to apologize for doing your job, but keep focused on where it belongs. Keep focused on our students and not running up lawyers' fees. We're done with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker is Dr. Regev.
Howdy, everyone. Dr. Niregev here. Let's start with the facts. Sonia Shaw had to file a cure and correct with this board. Chelsea Boyle had to do the same. Both were silenced right here, and tonight you're trying to cure and correct it. I know exactly what they went through. On March 25, I was silenced the same way. Barham ordered you, Anderson, to shout out of order. You, Schwartz, backed him. And then you guys silenced me mid-sentence. That's not order, that's censorship, and it's unlawful. After that meeting, I sent you a cure and correct letter. I gave you a chance to fix it. You ignored it. So now, by your inaction, I was forced to file a formal complaint with the Riverside DA against Anderson, Barham, and Schwartz. The DA now has the video, the emails, and the proof. Here's what the public expects. We want a public apology. We want you, Barham, Anderson, to stand down and to stop silencing people. You call yourself conservatives? It's a lie. This is petty local tyranny. You think you can locally vote out the Constitution? You cannot. And even in the document you're proposing tonight, you secured a backdoor, a so-called majority vote clause to rescind this resolution later. That's not accountability. That's an unlawful escape hatch. Anderson, Barham, Schwartz. Pay attention. The Brown Act and the First Amendment are not optional. You don't get to silence people just because you don't like their words. You don't get to decide who speaks and who doesn't. They let you speak, Mr. Schwartz, at Murrieta, even though you were an outsider there. Here, you will let everyone speak, and you will listen until they're finished. The Constitution is not up for the local vote. You swore an oath. Start honoring it.
Thank you. So, action item number 1. I move to, is there any board comment? Okay.
I do have comments, but I'm happy to wait until the motion.
Yeah.
In a second.
Okay, I move to adopt resolution 2025-26-09 in response to demand for cure and correction from Sonia Shaw and Chelsea Boyle regarding the public comment opportunities at the special board meeting on July 29th, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Who wants to go first? No one? Okay.
I'll volunteer. So Jefferson believed that for liberty to remain secure, citizens have to be informed and actively involved. He wrote, "A people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power which knowledge gives." The resolution and letters for a formal cure and correct are on the docket tonight because we have 2 educated, knowledgeable citizens who filed the appropriate paperwork because they care about good governance, and that's important. Somebody mentioned at the mic that this could be dangerous territory because we do have a 3-year enforcement period by a U.S. District Court disallowing First Amendment violations after we were sued by 2 citizens. So it's important that we're doing the right thing. David Loyal, who's the legal director of the First Amendment Coalition, said this settlement protects the people's right to engage with their elected officials free from unlawful censorship. But the question is, does it? The 2 citizens who filed do have the chance to put in a complaint on this. And I'm not encouraging them or telling them to do so, but what I am saying is this is something to pay attention to. And what I propose is doing some training for this board. It's important that all stakeholders, people here in this room, the people at the dais, parents, teachers, staff, we all need to understand what's at stake when we don't understand the First Amendment rights or what a Brown Act violation is. So I'm thankful here that we're at this point where we can discuss it, because the goal is to get better for all of you. I can tell you as an elected official, I haven't done everything perfectly. I admit that. But we are here to get better. And so what we need to do is educate the entire community regarding the First Amendment, the Brown Act, ethical standards of governance. It all matters. We need to educate as many stakeholders as we can through the process.
Okay, time. Who else wants to comment? I'm good. All right. Okay, Mr. Barham, you're next.
All right. So, for the record, I did not call anyone a terrorist. That's number one. Number two, when this kind of allegation comes before you, it's a struggle because you're making a judgment call in the midst of the comments. So I have gone back and forth, quite frankly. What do I do here? Do I stand up for myself and let my ego get in the way? Because at certain points since the last meeting, it has, and I've wanted to fight back. But at the end of the day, for me, it's about the students, and fighting back would mean costing this district money that we don't have, and as a result of that, I want that money to go to the students. So I'm going to vote yes on this cure and correct, of course, but I don't want to take this district down the path that other boards have gone down, and you know, that's it. So let's take the vote.
Thanks.
I'll make a brief comment.
Thanks, Dr. Cole.
Yeah, just, you know, even going back to the last board, Mrs. Wiersma, Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Barclay, Mr. Schwartz, and myself, we all took it like grown adults. We had plenty of speech in there that made us feel really uncomfortable, we didn't like. All of us took it. Can't handle it, get up and use the bathroom. Otherwise, let them talk. Unless there's real, true hate speech, and even that is subjective sometimes too, you just gotta let them talk. Even if they're ripping into you, even if they're making untrue statements that you think, there's no way this isn't true, you gotta let them talk. That's the First Amendment.
Any other comments?
No, let's call the question.
Okay. So the motion was made and seconded. Lenny, please call roll.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Anderson. Student provisional
yes.
vote.
Yes.
Can I make a comment now?
Can you make a comment now? Yeah, it's already passed. You'll have to comment on the next.
I just, never mind.
Yeah, thanks.
It's okay.
Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. We're going to go to number 2. This might be an opportunity for you to make a comment, Mr. Schwartz. Adopt the district accountability, oh no, not this one, sorry. We are going to re-adopt the district accountability plan presentation and the superintendent and board evaluation documents. Do we have any public comment?
We have 5. I'm waiting for the Zoom. I did send a.
5 comments on board accountability plan. Okay, I'm going to remind the public that this topic is the board accountability plan and the superintendent and board evaluation documents.
Okay, first up then is Jen Wiersma, followed by Mary Davis. Jen, can you make sure it's on? Jen, can you make sure the mic's on?
It's green. Okay. Tonight, I'm reclaiming my legal First Amendment right to speak as a tax-paying 20-year citizen of Temecula and a mother of 3 TVUSD graduates after being incorrectly shut down by Trustee Barham on July 29th at the special meeting on accountability. Respectfully, Trustee Barham, as a person of faith, I've analyzed your public commentary on a PAC's Instagram regarding your trusteeship. In reference to the district, you said, I work there on a daily basis with district staff and teachers. Another part of that said as a retired educator who works here daily. My question for you as a citizen is, did the board or superintendent give you the authority to work in the district every day? How are you, a school board member, providing unbiased, accountable oversight when it seems you might consider yourself more of a colleague? As a political observer, I do believe that effective governance depends upon a clear distinction in roles and not a daily one. You've also told people like a pastor to take his message elsewhere. And I think you all have to be careful because any pastor, regardless of where he lives, any person can exercise his First Amendment right on a social media platform and at any public meeting. As an elected official, you're accountable for being an example. You don't want to be seen as intimidating or shaming taxpayers for commenting on school board matters. You've reported in the past that the past board majority has cost the district millions. Do you have the receipts to show for that tonight with all the zeros? As a Temeculanan, I've read about the union challenging policies through lawsuits, participating in failed recall efforts that drove hundreds of thousands of dollars in waste. Dr. K's name was on tombstones and Jumbotron trucks, but he is back on the dais tonight. Where is your call to accountability for perhaps the union? Accountability means we look at all sides circumspectly. You did vote for their spotlight to come back to the top of the meeting, but a lot of times the average citizen coming for general public comment gets relegated late at night when they have families and they're working. I think accountability means making more time for them to speak that's accessible. As someone who watches the board meetings and videos, I've witnessed you at times treat women disrespectfully as you bark at Lene to cut the mic or tell the president what to do. So I'm just asking you to consider all the things of where does some of that bad behavior end. Benjamin Franklin said, it is the first responsibility of every single citizen to question authority.
Time.
And tonight as a citizen, I'm questioning yours.
Next up is Mary Davis, followed by Dr. Regev. Next up is Mary Davis, followed by Dr. Regev.
I'm not sure if this is supposed to be, I put in for N3 for the mental health accommodation, so I don't know if it's a chicken scratch. We're on 2, right?
It says 2 evaluation.
Right, yeah, so you called my name, so here I am.
Thank you for your patience. We're going to move you to.
Okay, what did she want?
She was 3.
All right, Dr. Regev.
The Brown Act forced you back here, not honesty, not integrity. You didn't admit wrongdoing, and accountability without truth is a lie. This so-called accountability plan doesn't hold water. Let's be honest. The board gets to grade itself with a self-evaluation, and then you pat each other on the back with slogans like a culture of success and elevating together. That's not accountability. That's theater. Melinda, You let your 15-year-old son type responses to constituents on social media. These were your words. Is that accountability? Is that what you're talking about? You didn't even show up to the previous meeting. You walked out of the meeting before that without any explanation. We pay your salary. I want you to agendize a vote in which the board will decide if you should get paid for this meeting you missed or not. That's accountability. Real accountability means independent oversight or public survey, measurable results, and consequences when you fail. None of that is here. Instead, you build a system where the same people who break the rules give themselves a gold star for effort. And you know exactly who I'm talking about. And let's not forget why this item is even back tonight, not because it shows accountability, but because the Brown Act forced you. You, Anderson, Barham, and Schwartz, silenced the public, got caught, and only then you did bring this back under cure and correct. And even then, your language didn't take responsibility. You didn't admit to anything. You just wrote a legal letter saying you'd stop doing it without admitting or you ever broke the law. That's not accountability. That's damage control. The truth is simple. When students fall behind, when parents get silenced, when laws are broken, you don't get to hand yourself an effective score and move on. You don't get to grade your own homework. You don't get to hide behind buzzwords while trust in this district collapses. Here is what accountability would actually look like, in my opinion. An outside auditor evaluating the superintendent performance, independent review of board conduct with real consequences, transparency that isn't just words on paper. Until then, this policy doesn't hold water. You can call it accountability, but the public sees it for what it is, self-preservation disguised as oversight.
Thank you.
Okay, last speaker, up Nate. Last speaker, up Nate.
I am so glad I've inspired so many people to protect their First Amendment rights, which were violated right here. I think people have very short memory. First of all, I would like to thank the board not dragging this on. The previous board paid $23,000 to litigate this rather than doing a cure and correct when they started out. I would like to thank you to take the least expensive option out of this. And lady mentioned something about clapping. The board passed a special policy prohibiting clapping, stomping, or any such behavior with this person, Dr. Komrosky, sitting right there. It was called disturbing the peace. I don't know how people have such short memory. And for accountability, you're allowing everybody to speak. Since I was the plaintiff in the First Amendment lawsuit, I would like to say that I've said this before too, a special board meeting is for a special topic. The board can limit comments to that topic. And when I was silenced, I was talking to the superintendent's job description. Dr. Komrosky did not like that I was pointing out the bunch of typos to a firm that we were paying $50,000 to, and the description had discriminatory language, full of typos, in the title of the description. Instead of duties, it said dutes. And it was put up for public at 8 o'clock in the morning, where I had to take a day off from work to come and attend the meeting to speak, out of which I was kicked out. And after that, the meeting could not continue, so it wasn't an emergency meeting required because there was an emergency at Great Oak. All the administrators were sitting here. They had to go and attend to that emergency. There was a chemical spill outside the Great Oak High School. I think people have very short memories. I don't know why. And then the minutes, why are we litigating over the minutes? I have no idea. All of the videos are there, user transcribing software, the minute transcription, minute by minute, everything is there. If somebody really wants to research it, I have no idea why we want every little detail. I attended a committee meeting where I was told, and you can ask the lawyers here, you can ask them eventually, they said we do not have to put down every single detail. It's more about like what discussion we had, a general overview, and that is it. The vote is the important thing. Who seconded the vote? Who took the vote? I've had problems in PTA where we had problems with minute. We had to do the whole thing all over again. And coming back to accountability, that was the topic which I should have stuck to. The state superintendent just issued a new guidance for chronic absenteeism, where they said they will be reducing chronic absenteeism by 50%. I have seen a lot of TBDs. How are we going to align our district's goal with the reducing of chronic absenteeism? And for that, I think we should inculcate that also into the thing. It is an evolving plan. It is not like a fix written in stone. Things can change, other directions can come, but having a general plan is good for evaluation, I think. And another thing for discrimination, I would like...
Time.
Thank you.
I move. Oh, did it not get turned in?
Well, I wonder, did you, maybe it was.
We might have mixed them up. Can you give us a minute to figure it out?
Sure.
What was your name again?
Ms. Strange?
Miss Strange?
Testing, testing. Students, we support these these evaluations with 3 fixes and consequences: civility between trustees, respect for the public, and Brown Act compliance. Shaming and interrupting is contagious. You 3 union support trustees must educate, not berate. Require a performance plan. Failure means removal from officer roles and forced censure. Way overdue. Add strong leadership to the to the superintendent's evaluation. Mr. Woods, don't be a bystander. Taxpayers spend over $407,000 a year compensating you. We expect you to restore order, prevent lawsuits, and protect education. Do the above, and you won't be getting people from out of town coming here to point out the obvious. You're the captain of this ship. Don't let TVUSD hit an iceberg. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any more public comment? There's a lot of public comment. Did we miss anyone? Okay, thank you. I move that the board approve the district accountability plan, the superintendent's evaluation document, and the board evaluation document to guide district priorities for the upcoming academic year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any board comment?
Yes. The one thing that I want to talk about tonight, first of all, I will give a shout out to Dr. Woods for giving a great presentation at the special meeting. In looking at the superintendent's evaluation and knowing that night that we had a document in front of us, I wasn't made aware that that was the entirety of the evaluation. So what I would like to discuss with the board is expanding the superintendent's evaluation, which needs additional comprehensive analysis. Here's just an example. I think the categories that are there are good, they're great, but I'd also like to suggest policy and governance, professionalism and ethics, strategies for personal growth and standards. And what I did is I went on Super Eval, which was a recommendation to me through other trustees. And they had great commentary about how you can personalize it and make it your own, but here are suggestions. There are quarterly superintendent reports. There can be a mid-year review, pre-evaluation meetings and discussions. Truth be known, boards usually we didn't do that. We did agree to our goals, and the special meeting was great, but I didn't know that's where it ended. And so I would like to expand that, our trustee check-ins evenly distributed, disagreement and conflict resolution. I just think that that's a great opportunity, because in the folders we took home, mine was 8 pages with 100 questions, and the one for the superintendent was pretty simple. And I like simple, but I think it missed some really important topics. And so I think we need to customize this further. I'm not going to vote this through because I don't think, whether it's our current superintendent or future superintendents, I don't think it tells the whole story. And I think you need a layered approach throughout the year.
Time. Is there any additional board comment? Nope. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Komorowski, go ahead.
I'm up for a better evaluation, but I will say this is way better than the previous evaluation that we actually never used when I was, before the recall. And that's not the previous superintendent's fault. It was just the board didn't update it. This is way better. I will attribute this more robust evaluation to the hundreds of site visits that Dr. Woods have done. He devised these goals. So I think it is really robust, and it ties into the goals and accountability subcommittee that I was on. So I like it. If you wanted to fine tune it with those 3 other additional categories, that's fine, but I wish you would have brought that to pass it out tonight so we could take a vote on it right now. So maybe I'll ask you to repeat what those 3 were.
Yeah, I've got a lot of paperwork here, but I'm not sure I have that one. But the main categories: policy and governance, professionalism and ethics, and strategies for personal growth and standards. These I pulled from a national website. I didn't invent them. These are categories that many, many superintendent evaluations have. So my proposal would be to edit the motion and to bring these categories back. We've got a meeting in 2 weeks. I think then we can have a fuller discussion. I think that's important, not just for now, but for moving forward. So that's what I would like to propose to the board.
When you propose it, does it have a Likert scale? Do you have the actual data for those 3 categories? Like, this is filled out.
Right. I wouldn't even mind if we needed to go ahead and have our same categories and look with these 3 separate categories. I would be fine to do that to make it simple. I would challenge the board to look at super eval for the future, so that perhaps next year there's a different option, and you can fill it out online. I have paperwork. I was going to hand it to the president to tabulate. That I think we need a neutral source that's digital, that reflects comprehensive approaches.
All right, my time's almost up. I say we take a vote on this, and if not, we just see where the board lands and take another vote then.
Okay, so let me just clarify. Mrs. Wiersma, are you making a motion to amend this motion or not?
I am. I'd like to make a motion to amend it and to expand the scope of it in the next couple of weeks. And if it needs to look very similar to what we have for now, that's fine. But I think these categories should be
So
added.
there's a motion to amend. Do I have a second?
I'll second with those 3 specific categories you mentioned.
Does anyone else want to amend this? Lene, call roll. The motion is to amend this policy. I'm not quite sure what you want it to say, but I don't think we have a board consensus. We have 2. Nope. Okay. So the motion to amend this language fails. I move that the board approve the district accountability plan, the superintendent's evaluation document, and the board evaluation document to guide district priorities for the upcoming academic year. Mr. Schwartz seconded it. Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komorowski?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student provisional vote?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1. The public comment. So for those of you that were not here at the beginning of the meeting, we made a parliamentary change to item number 3. And we have decided that because there's a lot of confusion and misinformation being put out, we are going to introduce this topic. We're going to let the attorneys explain the topic. We're going to have a question and answer time for the board members to ask clarifying questions to the attorneys. And then we will take public comment before the board takes action, and that aligns with the Brown Act. So we're going to make sure that we do have public comment, but this is, I'll start because I put this on here while we get Mr. DeMarco on. We do have some of our two top parental rights and notification attorneys. Mr. Diedrich and Mr. DeMarco are well known in the state for supporting parental rights and defending parental rights and notification with other school boards. That's why we're using them. So go ahead and give me my 3 minutes to introduce this. Can you put the I think I can. Or just put a timer on for me. So let me just make the motion before we introduce it. I move to adopt new board policy exhibit 5145 point, we're going to amend that to 35. Religious and mental health accommodation in shared facilities. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. And then I have 3 minutes to introduce this. Okay. Ready? All right, accommodation. Back in June, the Supreme Court upheld the right to religious accommodation for curriculum and opt-outs. Just a few weeks prior, and along those same lines, is what we're doing is including religious accommodation for locker rooms. So students don't have to change in front of students of the opposite sex if that goes through against their sincerely held religious beliefs. Not every student belongs to a church or a faith group. That's why we added a mental health accommodation to give students the same chance to protect their privacy. I have friends and family in this district who aren't religious, and this kind of option matters for them too. What I want is for all students, religious or not, to have a fair way to opt out if they're uncomfortable. I'm open to suggestions on how to make this work better, but the goal is clear: protecting our kids' privacy. This conversation is not just local. We are seeing similar findings just recently, the Virginia Attorney General, as well as recent court decisions nationally that reinforce the importance of accommodation and opt-out rights. Also, I want to point out that our district already offers alternatives like bathroom stalls for changing, but some parents have told us that's not enough. They don't want their kids in the same locker rooms with students of the opposite sex. This policy makes room for that concern too. Lastly, I will be asking to make an amendment after the public has had a chance to speak. I would like to add to Part 7, something that will protect the students' records. And I've got language that says, accommodation has been provided in accordance with this regulation, but that students' records shall not identify or label a student by specific type of accommodation request. So what I would like to amend it to say is something like accommodation for 5145.35, and then there's nothing that is traced back to mental health or religious accommodation. It'll just say accommodation. And I want to thank the public too for their feedback, because in the end, we're just looking at privacy for all students. And we live in California. We're just looking for ways that we can provide that privacy, whether or not they have a religious affiliation or go to church. So that's where the mental health language comes in. And I'm going to turn the time over to, do you want me to have, would you like to take it, or do you want Mr. DeMarco to?
I'll start.
Okay, so we'll have Mr. Diedrich start, and then Mr. DeMarco has spent many, many hours and months on this with us, and so we'll let him explain it as well.
Thank you very much. So this policy is addressing what I think I can safely say is a very divisive issue throughout the state. And what the board is doing here by adopting this policy is respecting the rights of all students. And I wanted to start by reading a provision of the Education Code because I think it would be pertinent. Education Code 221.5F states the following: a pupil shall be permitted to participate in sex-segregated school programs and activities, including athletic teams and competitions, and use facilities consistent with his or her gender identity, irrespective of the gender listed in the pupil records. So that is the current law in California. And what this policy does is two things. One, it acknowledges and respects the law and the rights of these students, and it also provides for other students who would wish to opt out of having to change with the student of the same biological sex. So the other thing that I wanted to say is that the board is really on the forefront with this issue. You know, moving quickly to try to protect all student rights. And you know, you're one of the early districts to really take this approach and start you know, adopting a policy that respects all student rights. So the policy essentially reaffirms the rights of students to use the shared facilities of their gender identity, irrespective of how their gender is listed in their pupil records. But it also allows for students who do not wish to change as students of the opposite biological sex to opt out. And there's two current accommodations in the policy. The first is a religious accommodation, and the policy goes through and explains a lot of the rights for a religious accommodation. And the second is a mental health accommodation, and it goes through and explains those rights as well. The other piece that I wanted to add is that the policy and the administrative regulation both state that these accommodations are confidential. So they are private. They are covered by FERPA, which is the law that protects student records. And so it really is designed to ensure that these are confidential accommodations. And then with that, I'd kick it to Mr. DeMarco and see if he has anything to add.
So I don't have much to add. What I will add is we didn't just pull something out of thin air and try to create a board policy out of it. The concept of accommodating religious and mental health issues is something that's pretty well established in employment law. So a lot of what we brought to bear is taking established principles in employment law and then modifying them to the current board policy, which is applicable to students. I'll echo what Bill said about this district being an early adopter of a uniform protection for students and their privacy interests, their religious beliefs, and their mental health accommodations. So even though we don't have a ton of legal guidance on this, we do have the recent United States Supreme Court decision in Mahmoud, but I'll remind people that the Supreme Court was considering how to rule on a preliminary injunction. So that case, the Mahmoud case, is not finalized yet. So we may be coming back to this board as case law or other legal guidance develops and proposing amendments in the future.
There is a question that has come up regarding the lifelong implication of students opting out. So I'd like to ask, I would like you to cover like the likelihood that there's lifelong implications. And the other thing is, a lot of the feedback I'm getting is let's just not allow, let's like tell other people they can't be in the locker room. And people want us to go that route and say we should just tell other people. And why, as a board, we are not addressing it that way. I think you touched on it, but I think, Mr. DeMarco, what's your perspective on that?
So I first of all, I'll echo what Bill said, which is these are confidential pupil records. I actually cannot contemplate how a future employer would be able to get their hands on the confidential pupil records. They're also covered outside of FERPA, outside of the education code, by a generalized right to privacy and personal information. So I think with the proper safeguards that we would use for any sort of accommodation, whether it be disability, religious, there's a ton of different accommodations that we have to implement in the system that are purely confidential. So I don't know how they would be used against a student in the future. We certainly wouldn't be advertising them. with respect to the, the balancing that we're trying to do, existing state law requires that public school districts allow access to sex segregated facilities, activities. There's really no choice under the state law.
Tony, if you can hear us, you're frozen.
It's an unfortunate expression as well. There we go.
There you go. Sorry, Tony, you were frozen.
Have him repeat.
Okay. I was really eloquent while I was frozen, by the way. I just want to point that out. So we're balancing the state law and the requirement that we allow access to sex segregated facilities and activities with the well-established right of individuals to request accommodations for their religious beliefs. So with respect to why can't we just exclude all the other people from the sex segregated facilities, the answer is the board policy as written is trying to just balance the requirement of California law, which gives individuals the right to access these sex segregated facilities based on their gender identification, and say, okay, that's fine, but we're going to have a space where individuals whose religious or mental health concerns require them to dress or undress separately.
Thank you. And then the board members had some questions for Mr. DeMarco. Okay, Mr. Barham was going to ask, or Mr.
Okay,
Patrick.
so first of all, it's going to be directed to Mr. Dietrich. Is a mixed-use space. Who can change in this space legally under AB 1266?
So legally, students of the, students that are, their biological sex matches or biological gender matches the sex they identify with would be able to change, as well as students who identify with a different gender, they would be allowed to change as well. And that is what Education Code 221.5 covers.
Okay, so AB 1266 has been, just for the public's knowledge, Assembly Bill 1266 has been in existence since 2013. It's 12 years old. I retired in 2018. From 2013 to 2018 at the high school that I taught at, I'd never heard of a gender non-conforming student coming in to the locker room. And then COVID hits, and there's no school, and we're open for a few years, and in 2024, I'm elected, and I come into this position, and I'm shocked that we have gender non-conforming kids in the mixed space. And I'm saying we need to take care of this issue because there are certain parents that are upset about these things, and we need to make sure that our students are able to change and ensure their privacy while we do it without discriminating or targeting gender non-conforming students, because that's the law. Now, so Mr. DeMarco, here's a question. So if this is the mixed space, if I say to a gender non-conforming student that this student must wait outside while everybody else changes, what are the legal ramifications for the district?
I believe in such, sorry, go ahead, Tony.
So there is some risk associated with that. We think that risk can be mitigated, though, through proper training and ensuring that teachers understand, for example, in the case that you just described, if this was a time where we're accommodating students to be able to dress in the facility without individuals who are gender nonconforming in the facility with them, maybe that individual won't be marked late if it takes them a little bit more time because they're waiting for a moment. Maybe they can use a different facility for that time being in an emergency circumstance. So there is some balancing here to do.
But that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm,
I'm sorry, just a second.
I want to finish.
I think there was confusion. confusion. Mr. Barham's asking, can we remove certain students from the locker room and tell them to wait in the hall in the general population? So this policy refers to the general population. Can we remove those students and have them wait in the hall?
That's what I'm asking. Can you answer?
No, I wouldn't recommend that. If you're saying, can we just, as a matter of course, ask the other students who are gender nonconforming to wait outside while everybody else that has the biological sex of that sex segregated facility changes? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
That is what you're asking? I wouldn't recommend that if that's what you're asking. No.
Okay.
That's what he's asking.
Not with the current status of the law.
Okay, so next question. Okay.
Does somebody else have questions?
know
And
what?
does this count as your speaking time? I'm
We're
just,
asking questions. So
that's fine. I
so-
just,
But
we need to hear from the public.
Confusing.
We're
Emil,
gonna
the
hear from the
paper's
public.
confusing,
But
so.
the problem is, we need the public to
Can the
understand
audience
what's
keep
going
it
on.
down, please? We
Okay,
can't hear.
everyone,
Thank you.
please. Mr. Barham, the paper is confusing, so try to be more
Okay, so this is
specific.
this is the mixed space. So, Mr. Dietrich,
Yes, sir.
if there is a gender non-conforming student in the general population, can a PE teacher direct a gender non-conforming student to go and change up here in the corner?
No, sir. I believe that would violate 221, Education Code Section 221.5.
Okay. All right, last question, and then I'm going to come back for another round later. Can the district inform parents, let's say, for example, at one of our middle schools tomorrow? No, I know. I'm not going to. Let's just, let me ask it. It's hypothetical.
Okay.
It's hypothetical.
And then I'm watching your question, so be careful.
Okay, you can stop me. Okay.
Just ask a question.
Okay, so here's the question. Can we inform our parents, can the district inform our parents that there is a non-conforming gender student in the locker room?
I believe that would be contrary to law.
Okay.
Including student privacy rights and the like.
Okay, that's all my questions for right now.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. DeMarco the same question because right now, one of the debates is, and I think what people want is for the district to send out a notification to parents that say, hey, your kids go to Smithfield High School and there is a girl in the boys' locker room. And that's what some people want us to do. Is that a possibility in California I mean, you are the expert on parental notification. He really is. If you guys want to know who's fighting for parental notification at all the other school districts, because these guys right here. So you're the expert on parental notification and defending parental notification. Can we notify the parents?
I wouldn't recommend it, not without us providing you with a detailed legal analysis regarding the risks of potentially, and keep in mind, part of the reason why parent notification policies get challenged is by isolating gender nonconforming students. The courts have said that's, a court at least has said that's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. And so I wouldn't want to lead you guys into a decision on whether you could take an action like that without providing you a detailed legal analysis. And I'm just not equipped to do that in open session. That's something that we would do as far as a legal memo or something like that, so that you could contemplate what potentially you were getting into if you isolated and outed a gender nonconforming student. So right now, I absolutely could not recommend it.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Wiersma, did you have questions?
I don't have a question. I'm interested in continuing discussion after we hear from the public, so that's where I'm at.
We're going to take action after the public, so it's just going to go, yeah. So,
Can I,
Dr.
I just have a quick,
Yeah,
I
and
just
then
want
Dr.
to
Komorowski.
summarize what both our experts have been saying. The purpose of these laws is to protect every student. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's why I'm on the school board, to protect every student. Thank you.
Dr. Komorowski, do you have questions?
Yeah, I don't like any uncomfortable loose ends, so I'm going to push the boundaries of this. When I look at this and it talks about use shared facilities, we're talking about a hypothetical, a biological boy. And thank you, first of all, thank you to Diedrich and DeMarco. I respect you as lawyers, and I definitely have a rapport with DeMarco as I met you at CSBA a few times, and even beyond that talking, great time. So definitely thank you for your time here today and your information to the public. One of the things I have a problem with is that push this issue of just changing. Let's say a biological boy walks into a locker room with biological girls and changes. That's one thing. Then we can get into undressing fully naked. But let's just push this even a little farther. At 3 comprehensive high schools, we have shower rooms. What if a biological boy walks in and showers in front of girls? That is very disturbing for me. And that's where this will go if the envelope is pushed. That's my concern. So do we face litigation as a district when that happens, if it happens?
I think the current state of the law, and I'll also defer to Tony, is that that student would have the right to shower in that locker room.
Thank you. And are we going to do comments personally outside of the talking with attorneys after this, or is that time now?
We need to deliberate after hearing from the public.
Are we? The lawyer, and then we're going to be
It's up to the board. What would the board like to do?
I would like to make our comments after the public talks, then we vote.
That
We
would
already
be
got a
appropriate.
motion. I would like our comments.
Yeah, I just want to be sure we can deliberate.
So you guys want to do another round of
I want to do one more round of comments, and then we'll let the public speak.
No, I really think we should let them speak.
Well,
you're
Mrs.
interrupting
Wiersma,
me.
just a minute. Okay, everyone stop. The public is going to speak. Right now, we have attorneys that we are still going to clarify information with. So, do you have any more questions for Mr. DeMarco?
No, but at least, no, I don't. But my consensus, or to get
I
consensus
was
is,
looking, you'd like to have board comment again after public
Yeah,
comment?
yeah.
Okay. Would you, and it sounds like Mr. Barham would like board comment again after public comment?
I want one more round of board comment, and then the public comments.
We're still asking questions, so we can keep going with the attorneys. Mr. Schwartz, I need a consensus. You're no. Mrs. Wiersma, you would like, the question is,
The
would
way
you
we-
like, no, the question is, would you like board comment after public comment?
So we opened
Is that
this.
a yes or no? Do you want board
We
comment?
opened
I'm
this-
looking for consensus. Do you want board comment after public comment? I
I'm
need
going
3
to
people.
clarify so I understand whether it's a yes or a no. We started this with asking questions, then we said we would refer to the public, then we come back and deliberate, and we have a robust conversation. I'm not going to share right now what I have to share with all of you until I've heard from them.
Okay.
They are the priority at this
Okay,
moment.
I'm going to interrupt
We
you for a
deliberate
second.
after.
Wait, I'm
Perhaps
gonna-
the attorney can speak to
Hold on a
that.
second. You don't understand what we're doing right now. I am looking for, public, be quiet. I am looking for board consensus. Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. Do I have a second?
Second.
I need board consensus to do this. I'm just trying to find it. Okay, let's keep going. We've got 21 public comments.
Yeah, hey.
21 public comments. Where's Mr. Schwartz? Mr. Schwartz. We need a, Dr. Komorowski, come on up.
Coming back, sorry.
No, we're not even there yet. We're not even close. Okay. Dr. Komorowski, Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Barham, I'm looking for consensus. We are only partway through asking questions. Everyone still has as many questions as they want to ask the attorney. The board members. The board members have just started. No, not everyone has had a turn.
Okay.
Mr. Barham wants to do another round of questions, then take public comment, then do another round of board comments. I'm looking for consensus from the board. Would you guys like to finish asking questions? Mr. Barham would like another little round. He wants more. And then we'll take public comment. And then we'll have more board comment.
I'm in.
Are you in? So, Mr. Schwartz, can you give me a yes
I
or
don't
no?
have any more
And then we vote after the board comment.
I'm
then we
looking
vote,
for
yeah.
consensus. You're good with that?
If people want to talk, that's fine.
Yes, Mr. Barham?
But I would like
Okay,
it to
we
be.
have consensus.
I would not like it to be
I understand.
closed-ended.
I'm looking for consensus.
Yes.
The three of you have given me consensus. Thank you. So we are going to do that. That's all I was looking for. Next, we have more questions, and it's Mrs. Wiersma's turn. Mrs. Wiersma, would you like to ask Mr. DeMarco or Mr. Diedrich a question?
I want to thank them both for their time. I do not have any questions. Looking forward to hearing from the public.
Can I go next?
Okay. So now we had a few more rounds of questions.
Okay.
Please have them be clarifying questions because we'll have board comment after the public.
Okay. I would like to speak to the mental health accommodation. I'm going to ask my question. Just give me a second. I dispel the misinformation, first of all, with regard to can certain employers in the future, governmental entities, penetrate our records and get mental health information. First of all, that mental health accommodation was never, ever going to go into the permanent record. It was going to be an administrative flag on Infinite Campus. So it was never intended to go into the permanent record. But besides that, I talked to community members that I have never spoken to before that I respect. It's not the normal people who are on social media giving their opinions. These people were in my area and outside, that were giving me constructive criticism.
Point of order, what's the question?
Excuse me, let me finish.
No,
Please,
I actually side with Mrs. Wiersma.
Okay.
We're going
All
to
right,
have
here's-
board comment at
here's
the
my
end. What's your question?
Here's my question. I am not married to mental health because of stigmatization of kids, because that's a principled thing that parents were bringing up. It's a principle here. So I am not married to mental health. So I am going to propose something else in which I'm going to ask my question. So here is Exhibit C, which I created. It is a locker room privacy accommodation form. And let me see the question. Where's the question? There is one question on this form. What is the nature of the privacy accommodation being requested? So that is what I am going to propose. I am not going to vote for mental health
Point of
accommodations.
order, we're not deliberating in
so
your-
here's the
Okay,
question.
so
Point
ask the
of
question.
So
order.
Mr. Dietrich,
This
here's
was
the,
something
here's the, here's
I
the
brought
question.
forward in May.
Stop.
Here-
We're going to take another. Do you
Here-
guys want another
here's the
5
que-
minutes?
here's-
Mr.
here's the
Barham, ask your
question.
question.
Here's
Mrs.
the
Wiersma,
question.
do not
Here's the
interrupt.
question.
He
Is
is
this
expanding on
a
his public
reasonable
comment when he's
accommodation,
already
Mr. Dietrich?
had
Is this
his
a
time
reasonable
on the
accommodation?
microphone.
All right. 5-minute break. Do I have a second?
Is this a reasonable
You guys need to
accommodation?
stop fighting. You
Get
guys need to
to
stop
the
fighting.
public.
You know what? You're interrupting me, Mrs. Wiersma. You
You
pledged
had a
wouldn't.
majority of the time
You
here
know
on this
what?
tonight.
You're interrupting
And
me, and
you're
you pledged.
further
You know what?
taking something I
Please,
talked
Mrs.
about in
Wiersma,
Mayor
you
June.
pledged not to
So we
interrupt.
need to call it
You
right now
pledged.
and hear from the public.
Okay.
Do we have our microphone person here? You can turn them all off and turn them on one at a time. I know.
Okay, I would like to ask my
Wait,
question.
okay, we're gonna get back going, and before we do that, I want to remind all of the members of this board that we agreed to debate respectfully and to not interrupt or speak over others. So when someone calls point of order, will you please give me a minute as the president to address the point of order? I can just give me a second to listen to why they're calling point of order and then address whether or not it's valid. Let's just calm down, slow down, and not start yelling over each other. And everyone committed to do that. We also, I'm going to remind everyone, because I've heard a few of these slip in. Everyone committed to me at the beginning of this meeting to debate respectfully, focused, tied to the agenda, and no more personal attacks. So we're going to start over. I'm asking that we reset. Mr. Barham, I've given you plenty of opportunities to ask your question.
I've tried.
I
will
no,
do it now.
Mr. Barham, I also sent out a letter to the board setting expectations that we are going to ask clarifying questions.
Okay.
So please,
Here it is.
I'm going to give you one chance to ask your
Okay.
clarifying question.
Okay, so here it is to Mr. Dietrich. Is this question a reasonable accommodation for what we are trying to accomplish?
So objectively, it's reasonable. It is something that I would want to research further and just make sure that, that legally we are protected. But objectively, yes, it's reasonable.
Okay, so as a result of that, I would like to make a motion.
No.
There's
No.
I can make a motion.
Hang on,
Well,
there's.
I can make a motion.
He's gonna
And the motion is the following, that we postpone mental health and religious accommodation in lieu of taking a look at this, and public comments can resume. I am not saying to take away, but I am saying let's postpone this till September 9th, and let's look at this. Let's look at this. Yes. Okay, so that's my motion. Do I have a second?
No, he said he wants to postpone it and take public comment.
I said
So
yes.
we will take, so I just want to clarify. Mr. Barham, you have made the motion to postpone this until September 9th and still take public comment tonight.
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Point of clarification, I want to be sure what we originally said, which was questions, the audience, and then deliberation, because I have chosen to reserve my statement for the appropriate time. We need to be sure any editing of the motion does not infringe upon that. My deliberation will also come in prioritizing the public, and I need to be able to make that statement tonight as planned.
You can make it.
Just give me a second.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there is currently a motion on the table, and there was a second. There's been questions asked. I would recommend any changes to the motion to occur after public comment. So allowing public comment, then any changes after public comment.
So let's not take the motion now. Let's wait till after public.
That'd be my recommendation.
So I understand you're going to make the motion and there's going to be a second. Or who seconded it? Schwartz?
No, you seconded it.
I didn't second it.
He's referring to a already existing motion that is
Correct. There's a
outside of
motion on the
this.
table.
We
Yeah.
can't have
I
two
think you made
motions
the
at
motion.
once.
I made the motion. Can you make a motion to postpone after the original motion's been made?
Yes, there are
So-
ways to do it.
Mr. Schwartz, or Mr. Barham just made the motion to postpone after we made the motion about this. So I believe he can make the motion to postpone at any time.
You have to take action on the first motion, then reintroduce the second motion and get a second. That's how it works.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Go to the public,
Take
please.
action.
No, I'm not talking about that. There's a motion and a second.
We have to take action on that first.
We can vote now. We should vote now on that. Take the public comments.
And the first motion was to accept this.
That's correct.
Have to vote that in.
Correct.
Yes. So his motion to postpone supersedes the original motion. And we take the motion to postpone first because that will wipe the first motion off.
Can we move to strike that motion until after we've heard from the public and deliberate?
Okay, so first of all, do we even have a second for Mr. Barham's motion? We're clarifying, once you make the motion to postpone,
No,
then we're
but,
done. Do you want to wait and hold on making that motion until after public comment, Mr. Barham? That would be the cleanest way to do this.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay,
So-
so let's pause.
I understood we had a motion and a second on the first motion.
Yes.
Correct.
And then if he makes the motion to postpone, that
Will that supersede that?
that
Yes, sir.
trumps the first
Okay.
motion.
It's a
superseding
That's what we're
motion.
saying.
That's
So
fine.
that supersedes the first
Okay.
motion. Everything is done. I think that we should just wait until public comment before we take your
I have no
motion.
problem
Just
with that.
clean it up.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go back to questions for attorneys. Does anyone else have a question for Mr. DeMarco or Mr. Diedrich? Okay, so we're going to, so I just want to make sure we've clarified this. I just want to clarify this. This board is trying to protect all students' privacy and to give students that want privacy changing an option to not be in the locker room with opposite sex students. And that's the goal. Lighting as board members and come together with like a solution for the
Point
students.
of order to move away from deliberation and
Okay,
directly
we will
to the
take,
public.
all right, we'll take, point of order granted, we'll take public comment now.
How many, Lynette?
22?
How many?
22. Are we doing 3 minutes?
No, we're not.
How many?
All right, here's our next. We have 20, we had 21. We
have
shouldn't have
22.
taken any more after
We made the motion.
we made the motion. Did you take more public comments
Yeah,
after?
because I hadn't started yet. Do you want me to remove that one?
That one, yeah, they had, that, we don't take more public comments after we've taken up an item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we have 21 comments. How much time do we want to allow each comment? We have the attorneys here, remember? 1 minute is what Mr. Schwartz suggests.
Can we talk without the interruption and make a decision? Joe, what do you think?
Board consensus, 3 minutes. to
3?
make them all.
Okay.
Well, how many are there? I'm sorry.
20.
I'm gonna let,
How about
I'm
21.
21.
How about 2 minutes?
And what time is it? It is 8:23.
We got a long way to go.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
20, that's 40 minutes of public comment.
Yeah, because at 10
I
o'clock
think
we're
we should
adjourning.
I think we should do a minute 30.
2 minutes is the
30?
least we can do for wasting their time.
Minute 30?
I say,
2 minutes.
I say 2 minutes then, not,
2
not a
minutes.
minute. Two. Just be fair, a lot of these people prepared 3-minute
minutes.
speeches, 2 minutes. Yeah.
minutes.
We have consensus with Mr. Schwartz, Dr. Komrosky, and Mrs. Wiersma to give each public speaker 2 minutes. Who's the first speaker, Miss? I'm gonna just kindly ask the public to respect each other. Even, you're right, we can't allow clapping, but I'm not gonna allow clapping when you're interrupting, because as a board, I can't hear what people are saying, and I want your feedback. I want to hear what you're saying. How can we make this policy stronger? What are your suggestions? Like, the attorneys are listening. Give your suggestions to the attorneys.
Point of order.
So I'm asking that you not clap or disrupt the public speaker. Respect their free speech. Clap when they're done, okay?
I would just suggest, and I welcome to hear what anyone has to say, that people understand the legalities of what we're talking about. So if you want to come up and say, you don't think XYZ should be in any place, that's against the law, and it's not something that we can do.
I'm going to be pretty lenient with the
Okay,
public.
no, I'm just
Because I
suggesting
don't want another
that
Brown Act
people,
violation.
I'm just suggesting
Okay.
that people make comments that we can actually take action
Yeah,
on.
I would love
Thank you.
comments that are productive. But the public, you guys can say what you want, but I'm looking for help. First person.
First up is Steve Campos, followed by Christine Massa.
All right, Mr. Campos.
Greetings, board members and Dr. Woods. I want to begin by saying that my comments are not to attack inclusivity or equity. Instead, they are to protect the students who are being discriminated against by being required to fill out a mental health or religious accommodation form. I also want to protect staff that will be required to fill out a religious accommodation form. To be fair, are the biological male or biological females who are wanting to use the restrooms and locker rooms of the opposite sex or gender being asked to fill out mental health or religious accommodation forms? If not, why not? This creates a bias towards one protected class over another, which then makes it discriminatory. The majority of students have grown up all of their lives using the restrooms and locker rooms that have been assigned to them at birth by being a biological male or biological female. They should not have to fill out a mental health or religious accommodation opt-out form to use the private spaces they have always used. Requiring them to do so is discriminatory against them and their identified sex and gender, which is a protected class. Another protected class is religion. Requiring staff or students to fill out a religious accommodation form violates religious privacy, beliefs, and convictions. The religious accommodation form can accommodate a staff member out of a job like it did Jessica Tapia in Harupa. If staff is asked or required to lie to parents about a student's change in gender, be forced to use pronouns, adhere to gender support plan, or name change without parental notification, there are staff members who will not comply with these requests. These are examples of how religious rights are being violated at TVUSD. Now, one thing I will also say, I brought this issue up in October of 2021. And at that point, because I said biological male and biological female, HRD had written me up. They said that my terms were egregious. So I hope I'm not retaliated against tonight because of my comments. Now, I will say this, I had a lot more to say to kind of bridge this all together. It would have been nice if you guys would have consulted with secondary PE staff, which you did not. And now that we're in this mess, we have no idea how to get out of it because you have no idea how the instructional time is going to be wasted. Thank you.
Next up is Christine Massa, followed by Jennifer Sterling.
We're good? Okay. Hello, board. I'm a Temecula resident, an actual TVUSD parent of 3 chaparral pumas, and an active school volunteer. I'm also a Christian, although that really has no bearing here, but everybody seems to want to talk about religion, so I'll just put that out there. I also understand what happens with kids in locker rooms because I get my information from my kids, who are all athletes. And sometimes I feel like everyone talks about locker rooms like they're living in a raunchy 80s movie, like we're not living in Porky's. Kids have practically no time to change or shower, even the athletes before and after games. They're in and out of that locker room. And any woman athlete will tell you they're lucky if they can get into a locker room. They all know to wear a sports bra and Nike Pros at all times because who knows where they will be changing. It's usually in an open space. To apply to kids of the opposite gender or sex, especially if you're going to have more conversation about this. I read it that it may apply more broadly. Children may have many reasons for not wanting to appear or change in shared spaces, anything from modesty to a physical impairment, hiding a tattoo or a piercing or a scar or a bruise, or a child with body dysmorphia who is skinny as a rail but sees themselves as chubby in the mirror. Let them be accommodated too. This policy seems to bridge the requirement to cover the requested reasonable accommodations while also not violating Ed Code. This policy sounds like a great way to protect girls, boys, Christians, Muslims, and really anyone with a concern, so I say go for it.
Next up is Jennifer Sterling, followed by Brooklyn. Sorry, Jennifer Sterling, followed by Brooklyn.
Good evening, board members. I hope you can hear me. Maybe we should just kick the can until the Supreme Court decides. I mean, after all, why do we have to be the first district to have a say? Why can't we just wait? Transgender identities must not be accomplished at the expense of our girls. Their right to safety, privacy, and dignity. This inclusion of biological males who want to shower, change clothes, and use the toilet in a girl's bathroom or locker room will have negative impact on our girls and women in this space. I believe the spaces should be based on common sense, longstanding tradition, and biological reality, not belief or identity. Not to mention the money, because it's all about the money. We're going to lose federal funding. Our president has already done it today in California. Again, why do we have to be the first? I not only worry about this, but I also worry about how are you really going to protect the children that have to go through these hoop jumpings to protect their privacy with saying that it's a religious exemption or whatever other exemption you could come up to. How is it really going to not get in their cum folders and follow them for their future career opportunities? The military expressly says that they can disqualify individuals from service based on their mental health history. Conditions such as severe depression, any kind of anxiety disorder, and any kind of inclusion will lead to exclusion from military employment. So for us to say we're going to be able to protect it with this form that nobody's going to ever see, I find that curious because we have several different contracts that we've engaged with where we give this information to those providers to provide services to our kids. So how are you going to protect our kids from that information getting out? Thank you.
Brooklyn, followed by Rosie.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn Hendricks. And I'm Kylie Wool, and we're both 8th grade students at James L. Day Middle School. Hi, my name is Brooklyn Hendricks. And I'm Kylie Wool, and we're both 8th grade students at James L. Day Middle School. This year, we are both in a PE class with a biological male who is transitioning. We are young women and do not feel comfortable changing in front of a biological male. Everyone should feel comfortable and safe at school. Shouldn't be a thing. We should not have to claim we are mentally unstable or extremely religious to be accommodated for this reason. I ask you to rethink your decision and reevaluate this right now. Please rethink what you're doing. There has to be a better solution. There has to be something that is better than what this is stating right now. Thank you.
Rosie, followed by Ms. Strange.
It is very sad that we are at this point where we're letting insane policies govern our schools. The rest of the school districts are looking at you, men and women of the governing board, to stand up and have the moral courage to push back on this insanity. It is not okay to allow girls to be in the same space, private spaces of bathrooms and locker rooms with biological men or be in their sports. We are creating a rape culture for our girls. It is not okay. It's like abortion is legal, but it is child murder. So we should not do laws that are going to endanger our most vulnerable kids and girls. Girls matter. All girls' lives matter. It's like all of these policies that are coming down are erasing girls, and it's not okay. We need to push back. Where are the men? I'm asking you men, Joseph, Emil, Gary, I'm asking you to stand up and do the right thing. Push back against this demonic, satanic agenda that wars against families and wars against reality and science. This is crazy. Antonio Francesco Gramsci was an Italian Marxist philosopher. He was a founding member and a one-time leader of the Italian Communist Party. Socialism is precisely the religion that must overwhelm Christianity. In the new order, socialism will triumph by first capturing the culture via infiltration of schools, universities, churches, and the media by transforming the consciousness of society. Dietrich Bonhoeffer was another incredible person that stood up for the rights of those that were vulnerable. He said, silence in the face of evil is evil itself. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. So I'm asking you, governing board, stand up and protect.
Next up is Ms. Strange, followed by Jessica Ward. Ms. Strange, followed by Jessica Ward.
Vote no. Vote no on this reckless policy. Religion's exemptions already exist, and as a gentleman said earlier, that's discrimination. Forcing boys and girls to share showers unless they claim a mental or religious exemption is like a stripper pole dancing on a cross. As you know, it violates Title IX, risks $29 million, and shames kids who want privacy and safety. Filing a mental health exemption can ruin futures. Denying it on a gun application, for example, is a felony. It's a felony. Only predators and the confused seem to want this. Let me give you an example. On February 13th, 2025, at San Marcos Unified School District, a parent came up and she explained in detail, look it up on YouTube, how two boys who identified as a girl that day came into the girls' locker room. They played with the tampon machine, and then they started mocking the girls in their own locker room. I talked to that parent later on that night, and she said, well, I didn't get to finish my speech. But then there was another boy who came in wearing a see-through thong where the girls could see everything. These young, brave ladies who just came up here in the middle school, this was in a middle school, by the way, they have a point. You need to protect girls. You need to protect all kids, okay? You do not mix and match opposite sex. That is a recipe for disaster, and you all know it.
Time. Jessica Ward, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
We all share the same goal here, keeping our children safe, supported, and able to learn without distraction. This is a distraction. My concern is the requirement that students who feel uncomfortable in a situation of sharing a facility with someone of the opposite biological gender must file a mental health reasonable accommodation. That language unfairly labels the student as if they have a disorder, when in reality, they're simply expressing a normal boundary about privacy and safety. This change also forces the parent to suggest an arrangement to make the student feel safe and supported within the school environment. The parent has to come up with a suggestion. The burden of the accommodation should not fall on the majority of the students who are simply using facilities consistent with their biological sex, telling them that they must either adjust or be permanently marked with a mental health record. That isn't fair, and it discourages students from speaking up when they feel unsafe. As a former United States Marine, I know firsthand how serious that can be. If I carried a mental health accommodation as a young person, it could have disqualified me from serving. We should not risk closing doors for students into the future simply because they express a normal, healthy boundary today. Policies like this can also create unnecessary vulnerabilities and increase risk, situations that could have easily been prevented with a balanced approach. To make this real, in my own home, I do not allow my teenage boys to be undressed around my teenage daughter. That's not because of judgment, it's because about healthy boundaries, modesty, and safety. It is not just my daughter who would feel uncomfortable. My sons are also very uncomfortable with the idea of a male being in their sister's private space. All three of my children feel strongly about these boundaries, and I believe the school should respect them as well. A more balanced approach would be the student requesting access to a different facility or be offered a private or single-use option under their own accommodation request. That way, their needs are met, the law is upheld, all without stigmatizing other students or forcing them into.
Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by Savannah.
I would like to speak to the motion on the floor regarding the religious and mental health accommodations for shared facilities. I became involved in school activities and volunteering starting when my kids were very young because I believe all children deserve dignity and respect, and I believe that schools should be safe, inclusive, and supportive for every single child. I believe this policy does just that while respecting the law and respecting religious tenets of the community. Detractors will attack you for not breaking the law and opening the district up to more litigation. However, I feel compelled to remind everyone here that this district is funded by the state of California, and if we don't follow the laws of the state of California, we can lose funding, not to mention get sued by the state and any injured parties. I know some of you don't care and want schools defunded anyways, the same people who think special education services for children with IEPs are actually for gender-affirming care, so excuse me if we don't take you seriously. Those of you who advocate for children want to see every penny going towards the kids, not lawyers. Please vote in favor of this resolution. It's the best compromise. Thank you.
Savannah, followed by Oscar.
Hi, my name is Savannah, and I'm a parent of 3 kids in the school district. I am absolutely outraged at this so-called mental health exemption. Forcing students to be labeled with a mental health issue just because they don't want to change in front of the opposite sex is not only bogus, but it's dangerous. It stigmatizes normal modesty as a mental disorder. Trustee Emil Barham has directed parents to these forms as if this is a solution. It is not a solution. It is a betrayal of parents and children. You are asking kids to either give up their privacy or carry a false mental health label that could haunt them through adulthood for any career that requests a security clearance. This board has no business turning modesty and safety into a diagnosis. Privacy should be default, not something that kids have to earn through a form. Parents in this community are watching closely, and we will not stand by while you sacrifice our children's well-being to push paperwork and politics. End this sham of an exemption and protect our kids. Parents see through this, and we will not forget. Thank you.
Oscar, followed by Manuk.
Hello, board. My name is Oscar. I'm the founder of California Movement. What I'm seeing, you guys have been talking about Emil and Dr. Anderson, talking about you're the first to do it. You're the first to pull the dumbest, most stupidest policy I could ever think of. Yeah, you're the first. You win the first prize of being so stupid. You opened up a Pandora's box of being sued from both sides. Yeah, Mr. Emil, I love the grin. I mean, you did that to Chelsea, right? You have the most weirdest, and we talked on the phone before when you first got elected. You, Oscar, I'm a conservative, parental rights, and you promised to bring that back. What you should be doing is putting parental rights now, bringing that forward instead of this. This thing doesn't matter, doesn't mean, because it's state law. You can't wiggle waggle, you can't break the law, right? You should write up a parental rights notification policy that's worded the way you like it, the way it's legal, and pass that. Stop playing games, do the right thing, protect children all together, all kids, right? Figure out a way to do that, notify parents of any kind of danger. But for you to bring back this generic, goofy policy that nobody else is doing, I mean, you think they're going to copy this thing? Nobody wants this. You're literally endangering the district with being sued from both sides. So it's stupid, it's dumb. Do the right thing, protect children. Thank you.
Manuk, followed by Daniel.
Good evening, board. My name is Manuk Grigorian. I'm a father of 4 beautiful daughters. I'm also the co-founder, one of the co-founders of Leave Our Kids Alone, who is in collaboration with many other organizations, over 1 million followers in total. And I'm here speaking in behalf of all of them. When you first opened this topic, the key word that you said was if a girl does not want to change in front of the opposite sex. You yourself admitted that trans girls were the opposite sex, like they're a boy. You didn't say it like that, but saying the opposite sex of a girl to me is a boy, okay? So this is not what we as parents want to see. I don't want my child, who's a daughter, that has to sign a paper to be opt out from her space. This is not only locker rooms, This is not only bathrooms, this is in our sports, okay? If you're saying the opposite sex is a boy, then why is he in our sports, in women's sports, in girls' sports? Why are they in their spaces? Okay, this is nothing but dystopian mentality. You're saying something and doing something else. Okay, we know there is only two genders, and infinite numbers of mental delusion identities. Okay, you have a mentally unstable, healthy child who thinks he's something else other than what he is born with. You want to accommodate him and kick out every other child out. What happens if, let's say there is 30 girls and one trans, right? What happens all 30 girls sign this waiver?
Time.
What?
Daniel, followed by Janice. Daniel first, and then Janice. Sorry, Daniel, Melina, and then you.
In the final board policy, under use of shared facility, second paragraph, we should change including those to exclusively those. Because this policy belittles our cisgendered students and affirms the very thing that parents have been saying has no place in our public schools. Every child has a right to privacy, and my daughter does not need some district exemption to affirm that. This policy reminds me of the race to the moon. Some people believe we never went. But it was the optics that mattered. America just had to be the first to champion the race to space. That is what's going on here. Don't actually collaborate and brainstorm with everyone. Instead, pick people who we like to give the illusion of collaboration, all just to champion the race to replace. Mental health accommodation, paragraph 5, or cause of undue hardship to the district. That is all you guys seem to care about. Protecting the district, protecting the institution. But what about my daughters? Earlier, the attorney said, I wouldn't recommend. I've hired a lot of attorneys. Another way to say that is, yes, that's possible. When we don't hear a no, that's something that we should consider and think about. Rush these waivers across the finish line, claim to champion parental rights and only protect the district. That is how many people here today see it. We all know how this vote is probably going to go. I'm sure there was some harmless lunch 3 of you attended and magically came out of it on the same page regarding how this vote will go today. But you will later see that you're slamming the door shut on our future ability to fight for our girls. All this is politics telling our biological girls to shut their mouths and step aside. And as a dad, I'm tired of it. This isn't federal politics, this is local politics. We elected you to represent us. And I know how all of you feel, and I know that this is tough, but you can do it. You just are choosing not to. Weak leaders and water always take the path of least resistance.
Time.
Janice, followed by Mary.
As an educational consultant, I advocate for marginalized students whose voices are often overlooked, including trans students and students with disabilities. From that perspective, I find this policy deeply disturbing because it opens a door for abuse and unattended harm. For example, it could allow a boy to claim he identifies as a girl just to access the girls' locker room. It seems to allow parents to claim their child has a mental health condition without a formal assessment by a licensed professional. It also appears to require students to use facilities that correspond to their gender identity, which can actually endanger trans male students who may not feel safe using the boys' facilities. And it also draws unnecessary attention to students who avoid shared facilities for reasons like body image struggles or students who receive accommodations for eating disorders. This raises questions. How is this policy applicable to non-binary students? How many trans students are in the district, and how many are at each school? Have they been asked what they actually want? Many trans students, especially trans males, prefer access to gender-neutral or single-stall bathrooms, not forced use of either boys or girls spaces. For these reasons, I strongly urge the board not to impose a one-size-fits-all district-wide policy. Instead, these sensitive situations should be addressed on a case-by-case basis with direct input from the students and families most affected. This is not just about policy, it's about dignity, privacy, safety, and truly listening to the students you serve. Thank you.
Mary Davis, followed by Rusty.
Hi, good evening. Mary Davis, Just One Mom. I'm here also, this is a line in the sand issue. What you do tonight and the direction you choose to go will have a ripple effect, a profound ripple effect throughout the state of California. We've seen that when one district leads, others quickly follow. So I urge you to choose wisely and give this serious consideration. Mental health, that was why I came here tonight, because when I saw that that was your faux solution, it is completely unacceptable. And I do acknowledge your willingness to pivot and seeing that that might not be the road to go down. Mental health, we can kumbaya all night, but there is still a stigma to mental health. And even the ICD has designated that, transsexualism, transvestism, gender dysphoria. So at this point, who bears the burden? It should be the person that has a mental health affliction. What you are asking is transference. Transfer that burden onto the girl, make it her problem, and we say no. I also want to go back to the comprehensive sexual education. One of the big lessons through all these districts is boundaries. So you talk out of one side about girls learning boundaries and speaking up and holding, and then you tell them to shut up in the locker room. No, sir. Also, when they talk about the lawyer and checking a box on that, you may keep it a secret, but at some point that girl is going to sit down with a background, and she's going to have to check a box. Are you asking her to lie that she's never had? Because that's what you're telling her to do, is to take that accommodation. This may be a well-intended solution. I appreciate that maybe what the intent was, but this is not a Solomon solution. What you have offered us leaves the baby lying in two pieces on the floor. So please revisit, rethink, pull back, and I salute your willingness to do so. Thank you.
Rusty, followed by Donna.
So this is wrong on several different aspects. Number one, just the forms. If a natural female doesn't want to undress in front of a natural male, she has to either pass a religious test in order to hold her opinion, mind control there, communism at its worst, or has to self-admit that they have some sort of a mental problem. Okay, this has been gone over numerous times, so I don't need to belabor that point. The bigger point being that you all are supposed to be leaders. I understand that there are laws, but we also live in a democracy. We live in a representative. We have citizen legislators, so we expect not for you just to go along with this, but to fight it. Is it wrong? Then fight it. Is there a law that you may be going against? Like you're speaking about, Mr. Schwartz? There are injunctions. I don't know all the legalese. The lawyers know that. I know. But there are injunctions that you can file. And we can fight this up at the legislature. Supreme Court? Maybe. Great. Do you think there's not other school districts in our state that are going to join with us to fight this? There's a lot. These forms, the idea of that we're at the vanguard of this issue because we're trying to make a policy to cover it, that's not a good thing in this case. We're at the vanguard of a bad policy. This is not accommodation. This is capitulation. Please don't do this.
Donna, followed by Sarah. Donna's not going to speak. Oh, okay. Sarah Bell, followed by Dr. Regev.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bell. I'm a parent of 2 students in this school district. I had something prepared to speak, but I don't want to be redundant. So I just want to hit a few bullet points and things that I'm noticing. I spend a lot of time with teenagers, so that's kind of my background here of the middle school and high school age, because that's the age of my own students. We need to protect all students, and I want to thank the school board members for understanding the need to follow California Ed Code. All the people that are saying you're doing this wrong, we need to do this, we need to do that, you literally cannot, not without violating Ed Code. So thank you for understanding that and trying to make an accommodation. Someone in the audience sitting near me suggested instead of calling it a mental health exemption, to call it a privacy exemption. And since I know Dr. Anderson said that she was looking for feedback, and that's why I'm trying to be not just the repetitive voice, that I wanted to mention that. Not one person cares that a biological female could change in the male's locker room. That hasn't come up once. We think that somebody is going to pretend to be transgender so they can go in a girl's locker room. You don't have, there's much better things on the internet, okay? That's not a reason to pretend to be transgender in this age population. They don't even like wearing clothes and sneakers that don't match. So I just, again, want to say a transgender student is no more mentally ill than any other student, and they deserve the rights that they're given by the state of California Ed Code.
Dr. Regev, followed by Cindy Hurley.
Howdy, everyone. So first of all, thank you for the brave, courageous young ladies back there that came and spoke. And you, I have to say, you have the agency. You don't need this board. You have the agency. And so do we as parents. We don't need Emil Barham or Melinda Anderson to give us anything. We have the protection, and God bless the United States of America. We have the protection of the 14th Amendment of privacy. And we have it also in the California Constitution, right? And Emil, you said that you want to change it for a form with a form of privacy. That's not needed at all. And by the way, this was suggested by Wiersma and Komrosky, I think in April. So here you go again, stealing their... All right, next. Don't vote yes on this. This is crazy, right? You know this is crazy, Emil. And Melinda Anderson is not even here. But I think that deep down she knows that this is not good. Not good for the district, not good for the kids, not good for the parents. And here I have a solution. You see this? This is the shared space. No, I'm just kidding. So this is a shared space titled males, or let's say females, will be used by females, and afterwards it can be used by males who think they're females. And that's it, that's the solution, or before. We don't care, just do whatever needs to be done. And by the way, freedom is not cheap, it's not free, right? We all know that. So if it costs money to fight it in the Supreme Court, let's do that. Because under no circumstances my daughters will dress in front of males.
Cindy? No. Okay. Josh, Shirley?
I don't know much about the law. I'm not a lawyer. I appreciate the lawyers we have in the room. We have to abide by the law. All right, then we're lawless. the Constitution, one of the primary things in there is the right to privacy. It's not a thought, it is not a nice, it's not a should, it is a right that every citizen should demand. Privacy for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To be yourself in your own skin, I don't know how you could be happy if you aren't that. Me personally, if I was given the opportunity, I would ask for the mental health accommodation. Take one look at me and ask, why would I not want to change in a locker room? I don't even like changing in front of my wife. We should look at this in the form of the law protects the privacy of everyone. If you are uncomfortable, you have to opt out by the exemption. It's not the other way around. That's what the law is. Whether we like it or not, that's what law is. It is cemented, and I would love to hear if I'm right or wrong from people who are smarter than me. But more importantly, can we just focus on kindness? Like, I do have 2 daughters. I do have 2 daughters and a son. And you know what? I would love for them to have the freedom to protect their privacy. If you want to protect kids, protect the privacy of all kids. I know it can be burdensome. I think the PE coach had a really good point. If everybody asked for it, that would be a thing that would be a challenge. But really, start with love for our kids. Thank you. Protect them.
Okay, last speaker, Vince. Vince?
Good evening, board. How's it all going? Kind of rough tonight, huh? So, with children, right? Every individual who are under age are entitled to their own personal space and privacy in the bathroom. The concept of personal space and privacy applies regardless of age, although the specifics of what constitutes a child's personal space and how much privacy they need are individual and depend on maturity. As children develop, they become more aware of their privacy and the importance to provide age-appropriate boundaries and space for them to be used in the bathroom independently. In California, indecent exposure is a criminal offense under state law. That also has severe consequences with the school district's policy for employees and students. While school districts have their own code of conduct, they must also follow state, federal laws regarding criminal behavior. Penal Code 314 PC is indecent exposure and is for the willful and lewd exposure of one's genitals in a public space or a place where people who could be annoyed or offended. It is a conviction of a minimum of 10 years of an offended sex register. You guys all took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States and also the California State Constitution. So I would decline this bill completely.
Thank you. Okay. Can I start with board comments?
Ma'am, I put in a sheet. You didn't call my name.
Oh, you did? Oh, thank you. Did you put it in after we took up?
No.
Give us a minute. We had some shuffled. Can you tell me your name?
Patty Cavada.
You know what? Can you just come up and speak so we don't waste time? By the time it'll take us 2 minutes to find it. Okay. Just a sec. We're going to start the timer. Thank you. Go ahead.
I want to know why you would want to open up Pandora's box. And I'd like to know why you want girls to feel like there's something wrong with them by adding this mental garbage to this. What do you want? Girls to think that they're different, that there's something wrong with them because they're biological girls and they don't want to change in front of a biological boy. What's wrong with that? I'm a grown woman. I don't want to change in front of a biological man that I'm not with. So what's different with a young girl? Why would you put something like that? Why would you want to make a girl feel like there's something wrong with her for having her feelings? What, are biological girls not allowed to have feelings? Only transgender girls, boys, whatever the individual wants to identify as? It's disgusting that people even had to come over here to address this issue, because there is nothing wrong with a biological girl feeling uncomfortable. And the individual or individuals who put this together should feel ashamed of themselves. Put your damn heads down, because there's nothing wrong with girls. And we're sick and tired of having to listen to people that sit in seats like yours demonizing girls because they feel like girls, and they are not ashamed or apologetic for being girls and not wanting to change it next to a boy. It's wrong in so many different ways, and you are disrespecting your students. Do you want them to feel like there's something wrong with them? You claim to care about mental issues, but here you are creating them. Are you not thinking about how they're going to feel afterwards? Or are they just money because they're sitting in a seat? Is that how you're looking at them? Are you looking at them like students or a check? Make up your minds. Care or don't give a shit.
Time.
Respectfully, I'd like to ask to be recognized.
We're going to do 2 minutes each. I just want to start, though, and clarify some things with the
You
public.
and Mr. Barham have dominated all of the time up until this point, and it's far surpassed 2 minutes. Far surpassed. I'm going to ask you to let me read my statement, which I have timed, but it's more than 2 minutes.
Point of order. Point of order. Just a second. Okay.
I want you to give me the time that you have equally spoken with Mr. Barham. I would like at least 3 to 4 minutes. I'll take 3 minutes. You need to give me that time to go through my statement as I've waited for all of your questions and your statements.
No, I'm going to start. Just give me a minute. I want everyone to calm down. Are you ready, Mrs.
I'm
Wiersma?
calm and I've listened to you for the evening, but I would like to respectfully ask for you to allow me to speak as you mentioned earlier that you would. I'm happy to come back to you, but please let me speak.
No, I'm going to go first. I'll just go. Okay, I just want to start. I'm going to briefly just explain why this policy was written. So I'm Melinda Anderson. I'm Christian. I'm a registered Republican. I am a human biologist. I studied zoology with human biology emphasis. I can define a man and a woman. I believe there are two sexes. I don't believe in gender. I believe that is something that was created the last century. I believe there's two genders and several personalities, and people can act how they want. But I believe that there is a male and female. My children are in a private Christian school. They will never be exposed to opposite sex people in the locker room. My children will never be in a bathroom with, just listen, I'll stop and just, my children, my daughter, I have afforded her the privilege of never having to change in front of a male, because we go to a religious school and she gets that. The public students, they're not afforded religious accommodation. The girls that spoke tonight, if you don't get an accommodation, you're in the locker room. All I was trying to do was to give that same privilege that my kids have, to have privacy, to never have to worry about sharing a bathroom or a locker room. I was trying to extend that to the public sector. But if you guys do not want religious accommodation, then fine, we won't vote for it. You don't, we're in California. And I asked you, please give me some solutions. What can we do for the girls? How can we protect girls' privacy? That's what we're doing. Then who else? So my question is, everyone has come here and you're saying fight. Where's your resolutions? Where's your options? You say fight. How do you want me to
Right
fight?
to your left with a trustee waiting to speak.
No, I just want you guys to know, like, my heart was in the right place, and I was just trying to afford. That's fine. It's fine. Okay, Jen. Okay. Okay, let's. You guys, do you want to clear the room right now? Should we clear the room right now, or should we keep going? I'm giving one warning, and then I'm clearing the room, and Jen can speak to an empty room.
Keep it down. Keep it down.
Or Jen will be speaking to an empty room. Mrs. Wiersma, I would love to hear your solution to protect girls' safe spaces in the locker room. Give me your solutions. I'm willing to. We don't have to pass this. We can do something else. Give us your 2 minutes. What do you have? What's your solution?
Let her talk.
What is your solution to protect girls' privacy in the locker room? Give it to me. I'm interested.
No, 3 minutes each. 3 each. Let's go. 3 each. 3 or 4. 3 each. Give each of us 3 minutes.
Amrosky, Schwartz, and Anderson have said 3 minutes each board member, and then we're good.
Let's go.
Thank you for being here tonight. You're why I stepped up to serve as a school, to wear a label of being religious or having a mental health issue in order to file an accommodation for wanting common sense and privacy in their restroom of their God-given identity. Let's talk about California Ed Code. Section 35183 requires schools to provide notice of privacy policies, suggesting an obligation to protect students' personal dignity without forcing them to seek exemptions. This means mandating an exemption process shifts the burden onto students to prove their need for privacy rather than the school ensuring a privacy-respecting environment. If my colleagues are not going to vote to recognize Title IX and what President Trump is talking about in protecting girls' spaces and sports, listen to this. Back in May, on May 13th, Dr. Komrosky and I agendized a form called Reasonable Right to Privacy, created by the Pacific Justice Institute. It was legally vetted, accompanied by CSBA legal guidelines that I have right here that says this, and I read it that night at the meeting. It's recommended the district included in its annual notice the following statement: the district is required to permit students to participate in gender-segregated programs on and on. The reason that they say that was the wisest way to do it, which is why I brought it forward with a right to privacy example, was this. It's recommended that a district not wait until a transgender or gender nonconforming student enrolls in the district. We don't want to target. We do want to protect all kids. I want to do that. Dr. Anderson and I sat down after that meeting and we went all through this and I explained the idea why. It's why Mr. Barham is always, I shouldn't say always, but tonight, interested in going to the pivot of privacy. This is correct because it could be challenged as discriminatory and intrusive under state law as it compels students to reveal private details that the state protects if they say, I have to tell you I'm religious. I have to tell you that I'm mentally not well for wanting privacy in my protected space that the law already gives students. This whole thing has been a charade. I have tried from the beginning with Dr. Komrosky to put this forward. If we're not going to fight it, and believe me, I will step up and fight it if this board decides and we can be the example here in California. Knowing, though, where my colleagues are at, the best option for a bad bill is the privacy policy that I brought forward for discussion and to move it and make it happen.
Can I go next? First thing is right off the top, Mrs. Wursman and I are right. We actually did the right thing and we voted no on these two policies back on June 10th. Listen to the board meeting. It's already happened. These are regurgitated. I will be honest. This is lipstick put on a pig. I'm sorry. I will acknowledge you, Dr. Anderson. You are fighting. We are fighting. You're just going down the wrong path. This is not the right way to go. This mental health exemption and this religious health exemption, these are taking a biological reality and turning it into a social construct because of an ed code that is immoral. Yes, it might have been passed. It might have been voted in. It is immoral. It's evil. It's reprehensible. I was voted in to protect the innocence of your kids. I have a daughter. I would be outraged if she had to grow up in this school system, not this school system, in a school system that has to deal with this. This sucks for admin, for us, for everybody in the room. It literally does sucks. Thank you, Jerry Brown, back in August of 2013, for passing this morally reprehensible bill that we now have to deal with. Privacy is a fundamental right. It is an elegant moral feature. Yes, Dr. Regev, you are right. 14th Amendment. Yes, we raised our hands and we swore an oath. Vincent, thank you. On a California Constitution, I've done this twice, once in the military. And so the right path is for Emil, literally, why don't you acknowledge that it was our intellectual property in May that you're trying to steal now and pass it off as your own? No, don't interrupt me, dude. You tried to, before we even had comments, bring forth this solution as if it was your own. Back then, I'll never forget this, and this is, I understand Steve's statement. He thought Brad Davis Pacific Justice Institute, he thought it was a crackpot law firm. I understand that. But if we could have took, you said that. You said that. I'm not drilling you on that. If that's what you believe, fine. But if you actually believed in privacy, we could have not used his and used something going down the right path. This is the wrong path. The other thing, and this is the elephant in the room, man, we talk about saving district fees. There are 2 lawyers right now that have been here for hours, and this is a complete waste of time. Emil, you questioned him over and over and over, only to say, maybe we can bracket this off or not vote it in. I'm not married to it. What in the world? This is a lot of money. These are fine lawyers. We're asking very good questions. But all I'm saying is, let's go down the right path and talk about privacy in the future. I will not vote these in. I never planned on it. We already did our vote back in June, and my vote matters. So I'm going to end with this. I am a Christian. I love the Lord, and I'm glad my daughter doesn't have to go through this. But in Matthew 19:4, and I said this a bunch, Mark 10, verse 6, when Jesus was talking to the Pharisees, have you not read, he who made them at the beginning made them male and female. That is it, folks. There is nothing else.
Time.
Thank you. Do the right thing. Acknowledge who brought it forward.
Joe, your time is over.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm kind of confused by people who are telling us to follow the law, but then they're telling us to break the law. So that's kind of contradictory. We're not going to ask how many trans students we have in our district. They are students, and it's their privacy. We're not going to invade their privacy by taking, like they did in Nazi Germany, and I'm a Jew, and I'll stand up. Where's my friend Dr. Regev in the back? Where is my friend Dr. Regev? I'm not bringing my religion into this, okay? We are not going to question what children are. I'm sorry. Excuse me, ma'am, I'm speaking.
Okay,
I didn't interrupt
point
you
of order.
when you spoke.
Will you pause Steve's time?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to say a few things.
I just
Number
want
one.
everyone to be, I want the room to be quiet. We can't,
Number one.
We can debate professionally. Amy Cohen Barrett did a 3-minute talk last week. It was excellent. I recommend everyone go and listen to it. Talks about decorum
So
and
number one,
respect.
there is no religious
ahead.
test. We don't ask anyone if they want a religious exemption, why it is. Number two, there's no admission of a mental health problem, and we've already said that there is nothing in the permanent record that says why the accommodation was given, whether it was for religious reasons or for mental health reasons. Number three, no one's being labeled with a mental health disorder. Number four, we are trying to protect all children because all children need to be protected, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I know, that's what we're all, we've got 5 people here coming up, trying to come up. Everyone quiet, please. Let's all let's behave as adults. Mr. Barham, I think this board is 5 people trying to protect girls' privacy. We just have different views on it. Let's be open to each other. I'm open to suggestion. Mr. Barham?
And I agree with that. I think we're trying to keep girls or boys, whatever space you're in, from seeing body parts that we don't want them to be seeing. We're trying to figure that out. These are safety issues as well. So I'm going to go back to the mental health accommodation.
Go ahead.
I have listened to people. I do not want girls or boys to be stigmatized by a mental health accommodation. I don't care who gets the credit, because I think we're competing for credit. Come on, please. I don't care who gets the credit. I don't remember who brought up privacy or whatever. I don't remember that, but I don't care. I don't care, because I think we're on the same side. And that's what we decided 3 or 4 hours ago to do, is to collaborate. I don't care who gets the credit for privacy. Take it. Let's postpone this, okay? And let's look at the privacy accommodation. Hold on. Maybe we do nothing. Maybe we do nothing, but I want to tell you what nothing means. That if a parent comes and we do nothing, there is no obligation to accommodate that parent, because the law says we don't have to. We are trying to work around the law to help families and keep boys from looking at girls' parts and girls from looking at boys' parts. That is what we're trying to accomplish here. So let's work together. I think we're on the same path. I don't give a damn who brought privacy first. We're agreeing. Let's take a look at this. Let's postpone it. I am not going to vote for mental health accommodation. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to do it.
Point of order. Brian, can you just take care?
Excuse me, let me talk.
Do you want to remove that person? First warning?
Please.
This is probably the second warning. I'm going to start first warning. All I'm asking is that people behave as adults. We are all on the same page here. I can't believe we're fighting and we're trying to protect girls. We're fighting for the same thing, but that we can't come together and collaborate. And Mr. Barham just said he's going to vote no on mental health, and you guys are yelling at him. He gets. Mr. Barham. What is that? You're out. Security's going to close these for us now. Mr. Barham, you can keep talking. For someone that just said he was going to give you what you want and vote no on it, why are you yelling at him aggressively? I don't understand that. He just said, I'm with you, I'm going to vote no, and then you guys scream at him. I don't understand what's happening right now. We're going to keep going. We're just going to quiet them for a minute.
That is your answer.
propose it. So, no, I gave it to you already. It's not gonna work on my I don't trust them. I trust that you are
Let's not alienate. Just have them calm down.
Rosie?
This is
Rosie? Rosie?
This is
try.
Mrs. Wiersma, by the way. Can you hear me, Tony?
Did I do okay?
Yeah, this is
What? I don't care. I don't care.
Okay, we're going to continue the debate. Everyone, please be respectful.
I haven't finished my time. I still have time.
Okay, Mr. Barham, are you done with your...
Why did you do that? I'm not gaslighting
You guys, I mean, I wish... So, just finish it and then go.
I don't even know. So, in conclusion, I would like to postpone to consider privacy. I think that that's reasonable. Our attorney thinks it's reasonable. As I stated before, I'm not here to take credit. You can have the credit. I want to work together and fix this so that all kids are representative and all kids are protected. I'm going to vote no on mental health.
Actually, are you going to vote to postpone right now?
I am going to, yes, I want to postpone till the 9th because I want to give this some consideration.
Okay, so Mr. Barham has made the motion to postpone until the 9th. Do I have a second?
Postpone what?
The entire
I want to postpone the whole
policy
thing.
We have
until the 9th.
mental health, we have religious exemption.
We're going to do both.
Both items.
So, Mr. Barham, let
Why
me
not
just
just
clean
take
it
a
up.
vote right now?
Mr. Barham,
Just take a vote.
that you guys, Dr.
No.
Komrosky.
No.
With the provisions you want.
No.
You know that.
Because,
If
you know what?
you can't bring it back.
I know, I'll ask for clarity. I know what you mean.
I want to postpone because I want to give this consideration.
Right, but this is separate from the mental health or religious exemption. This is privacy. It's a completely different thing.
You know what? But I want to talk about all of it, okay? Okay, so can we postpone this?
I'm going to have you just for a minute.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Barham, that would require a motion to table or postpone this until September 9th.
Yeah.
So have you made that motion?
Yes.
Okay, did you get a second? I didn't hear.
Mr. Schwartz did a second. Lene, please call roll.
Dr.
Schwartz.
Anderson, do you mind if I make a statement about this issue really quick?
Actually, I would love for you to make a statement.
Thank you.
Can we hear from our student board member? Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. If you don't know me, I was recently elected to serve as the student representative on this board for this academic school year. I'm very honored to have this position right now. I want to choose my words very carefully, knowing that there are many different opinions in this room. But I am a current TVUSD student, so I'm a part of the population that is directly impacted by the items on our agenda every month. Before I begin, for transparency, I would like to make it known that I have not taken a physical education class in high school due to my waiver from being a competitive individual athlete. So if there has been any major locker room developments in the past 4 years, I would not have that firsthand experience. I admit it. However, a few years ago, I was a middle school student who took PE like everyone else. I completely understand the concerns of the parents in the room who are simply worried about their children's safety. I'm sure that my own parents would have the same concerns. In my own memory of being a PE student, changing in locker rooms, I was not necessarily paying strict attention to the bodies of those around me. Girls have very few minutes to change into the PE uniforms before heading out to the field, and most of us were more worried about not being marked tardy than the details of those around us. But I recognize that although I did not personally feel unsafe in the locker room environment, other students can have their reservations, and I commend the two young girls who spoke before the board earlier tonight and gave their perspectives. All students deserve to have their privacy and to feel safe. This item has the potential to grant that privacy and safety to students, but I do believe that the means for accommodations could be broader than just religion or mental health. Students shouldn't necessarily have to explain themselves if they wish for more privacy. This way, no one is hurt and every student maintains their right to privacy while still following California's Ed Code. I fear that tonight's discussion has become centered around polarizing identity politics, which everyone is entitled to having an opinion on, but it has distracted us from who we are here to serve, the students themselves. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz? Wiersma? It's to table it. That's the motion? Postpone
Okay.
to the 9th.
Yes.
No, I don't ever want to see these again. I want the privacy policy brought forward.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
And student provisional vote.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to pull item 4 because it's moot, because we tabled item 3. What time is it? It's 9:30. Okay. Why don't we... I motion. Do we have any, Lene, do we have any public on 5 through 11? We have no comment on 5 through 11. Then I motion that we approve action items 5 through 11. Do I have a second? Lene, please call roll.
Can you repeat the motion first? I know there's a
To
lot of chatter.
approve, there's no public comments. We're approving action items 5 through 11.
Hold on.
And I have a
Let me-
second.
let me review. So we're approving without discussion?
I have a motion and a second. Do you have discussion on action items 5 through 11?
I have discussion for number 9. That's probably primarily the one that I wanted clarification.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say transitioning. We're no, okay. We're moving into. I'm sorry. We're moving into number 9, which is the Benton and Polroy project update for my discussion piece. I do have clarifying questions just to let people know. So I'm not sure who that person would be. I did some study about Fund 40. And I understand it's for acquiring land, constructing buildings, making renovations. Wait, I want to make sure that there's not chatter up here, just so I can hear myself think. You're not going to stop the timer? So we know that Fund 40 provides funds sourced from allowable revenue streams, but with the 16 million, what I read, and maybe Mrs. Lash, this is a question for you, I'm not sure, but money for bases and ELOP doesn't traditionally go into construction. And I know on the rationale, it mentioned both Fund 40 and then these 2 items. So I wanted clarification because in looking at it, I know that we want more professional development space, which I understand. I know a lot of the times ELOP and bases are on campuses, so you can correct me if I'm wrong there. So what I just wanted to be sure of is that I was understanding the specific breakdown with the money. And in looking at the rendering, I know if we were looking at professional development, I thought, why wasn't there maybe a bigger room for 300 or 400 people and breakouts around it? So I guess that's what I was looking for, and I didn't know if the information piece on bases and ELOPs would come first. Maybe that would have been part of the answer, but I want clarification because it sounds like it kind of meshed these 3 different sources in the rationale for funding, and I'm just trying to learn and separate it and figure out what makes sense.
So if you'll recall, the board already approved this project to begin at our facilities presentation a few months ago. And the board gave us authorization to engage with an architect to design something for Benton and Polroy. Benton and Polroy has been a property that we've owned for a very long time, and it is far too small to develop a school there. And so this was our first option that seemed feasible. And we receive a significant amount of money for intersession activities. And so we actually very typically see folks at other districts as well, but we have used these dollars on making sure that our before and after school programs they don't have leaky roofs and they have security entrances. So we have used them on facilities. We've upgraded the paint and flooring and all kinds of things since receiving the dollars. So this was a perfect opportunity to utilize these funds to build something that will last probably long after the funds dry up. We don't know how long we're going to continue to receive ELOP funds, but we felt this was an incredible investment for our community because what this campus is going to be used for is not before and after school, it's for intersession. So right now, the majority of our intersession, at one point we were pushing everybody to Vail Elementary, that was like our summer school hub. We've tried to offer it on campuses throughout the district, like a north region, a middle region, and a south region. But when we do that over summertime, it makes it really hard for cleaning and modernization to happen on those campuses. So when you're running summer camp, every single day in the summertime. So what we thought this property would be the perfect utilization actually is a north campus for all of our French Valley kiddos to use for spring break and summer camp, to have a dedicated space that's not on a school facility, that we could maximize these ELOP and bases dollars for this exact purpose. Now, the question came up when we were talking this through was, and I think Dr. Woods was one of the first people to ask, well, what are we going to do with it the rest of the year if we're only using it during spring break and summertime? And so we said, well, and that's where Fund 40 comes in. Why we are split funding it is because during the year, we are always looking for professional development space. This is our conference center. We are sitting in our conference center, and the majority of professional development we do in this space. But it's always booked all year long. I'm sure Lene can attest to that. And so we thought, what if we had a professional development center in the French Valley area where our French Valley teachers and staff could get together and not have to make the trek all the way down to either Abbey Ranke or this facility, which in traffic can take 20, 30 minutes sometimes, and have a North Campus facility where we can offer professional development throughout the year. So Fund 40 can only be used for facility projects, capital projects, and the reason why we're split funding it and not having ELOP and BASES pay for all of it is because we're planning on using it for professional development throughout the year, if that makes sense.
It does. So there's not shuttling during the year with this particular campus. It's for the spring break. It's for the summer.
Exactly.
I just wanted clarification
Yes,
with
we're still
that.
going to offer before and after school on every single elementary campus and middle school campus during the year.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
I had a motion and a second. Is there any other board discussion? Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student provisional vote?
Yes.
Item number 12, I move to reschedule the December annual organizational board meeting. Do I have a second? Second. All right, when do we want to reschedule it?
If I could. We originally agreed to move it to the 9th because I told the board I would be away. And as Lene found out from the County Board of Education, that was not a date that was included. The first date that it's possible is the 12th. So I would like to reschedule that meeting for the 12th. It's not going to be very long, and I will be available for that meeting.
Which is on?
It's a Friday.
Which is on a Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever time is convenient for everybody. Morning is fine.
I like morning. I'm fine with that date.
Whatever time, you pick a time, whatever's good for you.
For
9
me, with my
o'clock?
work
I'm
schedule.
an early bird.
What?
I was just going to say I have a pretty busy work schedule, so morning's a little bit tougher, but we're estimating how long of a meeting?
I think we're,
It's quick.
it should be no more than an
Although we have
hour.
to allow for public comment, all of that, right? What was the proposed date?
December 12th.
She's got the work schedule.
Are we able to move it a little bit closer to like a lunch hour, like
Whatever's good-
11:30?
Whatever is good for you is fine for me.
That would be,
You pick it.
that
You
would be
pick it.
better?
You pick it.
12, 1, pick it.
Whatever's good.
No, I would say 11:30
That's fine.
would work better for me.
Okay.
Let's just do 12 to make it easy. Okay. So the 12th at 12. We,
12th to 12th.
so the motion is made to move it the 12th and 12th. I had a second for Mr. Schwartz. Lenny?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes.
Barham?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Student provisional vote?
Yes.
Now, the student, are you going to be in school at that time?
I get out of school at around 12:30. So
Do you want to come late?
yeah, I would be able to make it. But also my last period of the day is just like the school newspaper, and I'm the editor-in-chief, so I might be able so I'm not sure if would I be able to be excused early or something?
Would you like us to postpone it till 1 or?
Whatever works for the rest of the board.
Let's do one and just
Let's
tell
do
them that the
one.
board's letting you come.
Okay.
You're like,
Yeah.
what are they gonna do?
I would like to accommodate you. Let's do 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have the second reading and approval of new. Oh, we do have public comments on this? What, okay, we pull that up. Do you guys want to, the board wants to do 3 minutes for each two? Keep going with 2 minutes for public comments?
Are we on item 13?
Yeah.
Three.
2 minutes? Okay. Consensus, I need one more, 2 minutes. Okay, 3 people. Okay, 2 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, first up is Ms. Strange, followed by Janice.
No amended board policy will be a substitute for common sense. But consider the source. The California School Board Association, the same people who want boys to identify as girls and erase them, and promote mental illness if they don't want to strip in front of boys, that's who the source is. Board bylaw 9320 includes to encourage community involvement in schools, board meetings, and shall provide opportunities for members of the public to address the board. I will give you credit. Much better tonight. Compared to the last few meetings I've seen, big improvement. Interrupting point of order every other sentence and ordering the community to sit down and be silenced. Pulling popular agenda items mid-meeting after approval is wrong. Melinda, it's wrong. I just said pulling agenda items mid-meeting after you've approved it is wrong. Please don't do that, okay? Use your common sense. Better yet, listen to Trustees Komrosky and Wiersma instead of harassing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Janice, followed by Mary Davis.
Hi. In reviewing the proposed revisions to Board Bylaw 9320, I'd like to raise some concerns. First, the proposed language states that board meetings should provide opportunities for the public to directly address the board. Yet when agenda items are posted in advance and then pulled at the meeting, it disrespects community members who attend specifically to speak on those items. It prevents the public from addressing the board as promised and undermines public trust. Second, under special meetings, the proposed language indicates that members of the public will be provided the opportunity to directly address the board on items on the agenda before or during the item's consideration. Yet, at recent special meetings, public comment has been restricted. On July 21st, comments were only allowed after the board discussion was completed, and on July 29th, they were only allowed after the vote. Both practices contradict the stated intent of the bylaw to encourage public input before board decisions are completed and decisions are made, as the intent is to allow the public to inform the board of their opinions and perspectives before the board completes their discussions. Third, the proposed language on when a special meeting can be called is misleading. While it says meetings may be called unless otherwise prohibited by law, the Brown Act sets specific and limited circumstances for calling a special meeting. Accordingly, I respectfully request that Board Bylaw 9320 be revised to explicitly state that special meetings will only be called in full compliance with the Brown Act. Finally, as the district appears not to be following its own policies, I also ask what accountability measures or repercussions exist when board bylaws are not followed. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have one more.
I'm waiting. Mary Davis.
I'm not speaking on this. Oh, you're not?
Oh, you're.
I'm pulling.
Okay, thanks. I move to approve the newer amended revisions to the board policies, administrative regulations, and board bylaws. Do I have a second? Mrs. Wiersma, I'm assuming you have comment.
I do have comments, and we'll see where the rest of the board is at. I think there are some additional changes, as mentioned, that could be made. There's something that I feel should be addressed, and it could be in meetings and notices. So I'll take that one first, and then there's one other that I want to comment on, maybe two. So for the meetings and notices, we need to consider that if a board president misses more than 2 full board meetings, maybe the board should consider whether leadership roles should be distributed differently for the remainder of the year. I think it's important to look at the responsibility that it takes to lead. In terms of the Citizen Advisory Committee, I thought we'd have a little time for each one. I think with this, what's important is there should be a mandate disclosure of legal actions as well as any intent to pursue legal action, grand jury referrals, to sue. I think that's important because with the Citizen Advisory Council, we do want people who have opinions and perspective, but I don't know if those things were asked. And I feel like if we're selecting individuals with potential conflicts of interest, especially if they're amid talking about what they're going to do with one board member or two, it just makes me question whether that's the right position for them at this point in time as a Citizen Advisory Council member. So I think that needs to be expanded. I've got a couple of others, but I know the time is ticking. We want to make sure that we have diverse agenda-free representation. I also felt like with the artificial intelligence, I didn't feel like there was enough description there in the scope or didn't include enough things that really should be in the bylaw. I haven't had all the time to meet it out because we had a full agenda, but I think those three are worth pulling to bring back before we wave them through.
Okay, and I did suggest that people send suggestions to Lene. She can send those suggestions to the committee. So, I'm sorry, Dr. Woods. So, previously I have mentioned that when we have a committee, we can submit things to the superintendent and he can distribute those suggestions to the committee to avoid a Brown Act violation. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
That is correct. I think it just ran into so much material.
Excuse me, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion about these? Dr. Komrosky, it's your turn.
I'm all right with the three that she's mentioning. Me personally, I'm not going to vote for the artificial intelligence. I already said this at a last board meeting. I'm really uncomfortable until I hear from the parents of the community. I'm not voting this in. I love that the staff is using it and the teachers. Awesome. I'm a professor. I use it. It's great. I don't want the kids touching this with a 10-foot pole until the community speaks up, and that's been limited. We can't cross that bridge because my vote didn't matter. So I'm just in good conscience and the strength of my conviction. I cannot support artificial intelligence. I'm sorry. The ethics behind this, it's way too much for these kids.
Do we have any other comment?
No, I just say I trust the person who's in charge of that for the district. He's pretty well vetted and pretty well an expert on it. So I'm just ready to move forward.
I have a question. So on the survey that you were proposing, if 55% of the parents voted against artificial intelligence, how would you respond?
If 55, I was up for 51-49.
So 51 voted against, you would still vote it down.
Yeah, but I was also up for, I just gave a 5-question survey I handed out to the board. I could have easily, any one of us, and of course I wanted to do a Likert scale. I just slapped something together. We could have fine-tuned that in 5 seconds. If we hear from the community and our parents and our community want this, I'm going to vote it in, even though I have reservations about it. But I want to hear from them first.
Okay.
It's such a pivotal issue.
You know what? I mean, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah,
If 50, let's just say it was a yes or no, 55-45, that 55 were against. What would you do? Not vote it in?
No.
You wouldn't vote it in?
No. But here's the thing, though. I'm fine with more nuanced questions so that at least the community, and we can put the burden on the parents saying, hey, this is your chance to do it. 2 weeks? You got 2 weeks. I'm up for a month. And say, this is your chance to participate. If you don't, we're voting this in. Like let's say if 55% said we want it, that's it. And if the other people said, well, I didn't get the survey and I didn't fill it out.
Yeah.
I would be willing to hold the parents of the community accountable by saying, this is your window. Take it very seriously and we're moving on.
Oh, I know. I guess my concern just in general is that I'm all about what are these kids learning. When you start, when a board starts to dictate how it's done in the classroom, it's a slippery slope. As a teacher, I'm speaking as a teacher. And
Time.
that's all. Let's go for the vote.
Can we separate this out from the rest then, if we're not going to vote on a survey, so at least I can,
That was my suggestion too, thank you.
oh,
40, the AI, I think it's
0441.
Yep.
You know, in the future, we can still talk about this survey. I'm not going to vote on this tonight, but I'm open in the past with the board if this comes back. A member of the prevailing party has to bring it back, though.
Okay.
The other separation was Citizen Advisory Committee, AR 1220. And then the other one that I mentioned was
What was it
90.
for AR what?
AR 1220. That would be the Citizen Advisory Committee.
And then the what, next one?
And then the next one is the top, BB 9320, meetings and notices.
So what was the issue with the?
Wait,
I'm
say
sorry.
that one again.
It's bylaw
she has
9320.
issue with one of the members.
I had wanted to.
Wait, could you tell me the CAC AR 1220, and what was the other one?
I'm looking at the rationale on the topic sheet, so it's the top one, BB 9320.
BB
The first one, meetings and notices.
320 is separated out. Are we separating any more out?
Yes, so AR 1220, which was.
AR 1220.
Correct, that would be the
You
Citizen
want us to
Advisory
vote
Committee.
on all of these
I
separately?
have a question
Just
about.
three separately, because I'm going to have a different vote.
I have a question on
Okay,
AR.
that's fine.
I
Yeah.
have a question on the Citizen Advisory Committee.
Yes.
What's the issue?
She just
No,
spoke
no,
on
I want to
that.
hear.
I know, she just spoke on that.
I did, I just covered it.
She has an
I
issue
think
with
it
one
needs
of
the
the board
scope.
members, or one of the advisory members.
Are you questioning who each board member appointed?
I'm
Because
asking that
for some
next
reason-
year, there's a few things additionally I think we could ask for disclosure, because if we're looking for neutrality and potential conflicts of interest, I think those things matter. And we may not agree, and that's fine, but to me,
No, we
it
don't
does.
agree.
And
Okay,
that's
and
fine.
that's fine. She just spoke on it, so
So
we're
that's
gonna
AR
we're gonna
1220.
start. And did you have any more you want to separate out, Mrs. Wiersma?
Then it was the one that
So I-
both Dr. Komrosky and I spoke to,
Okay.
BP 0441.
BP. All right, BP. Board policies, administrative regulations, and bylaws, with the exception of BP 0441, CAC AR 1220, BB 9320, AR 1220. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there anyone that opposes? Then the motion passes unanimously. I move to approve BP 0441. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene, please call roll.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
This is the AI one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a no.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes, the motion
Student-
passes 3-2. I move to approve the CAC Committee AR 1220. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
No.
Barham,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
student provisional vote? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
It's okay.
You've got to catch us on that, yeah. I move to approve BB 9320. Do I have a second?
Second.
Lene?
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
No.
Komrosky,
Yes.
Barham,
Meetings and notices.
9320.
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
student provisional vote.
Yes.
Melissa, if you ever want to give comment, please speak up, because I almost feel like we should add your comment. We should discuss that later. Okay. I move to approve AR 1220. Do I have a second?
We did
Oh,
them
we
all
did them
already.
all?
Yes. On the 14th.
Can I hear the student provisional vote
Yeah.
from Melissa on the AI?
That would be a yes.
Okay, thank you.
You got one vote for AI. All right, we've got governance handbook. And who is our first?
First up is Ms. Strange
followed by Greg Langworthy, and then Daniel Molina.
Okay, so Ms. Strange is going to pass on this one, and then we have, who do we have next?
Mr. Langworthy.
Okay, and Mr. Langworthy, who spent a lot of months and met with our committee regarding this. Thank you, Mr. Langworthy.
So, yeah, I think this is a good idea. I think if you, at the beginning of the meeting, you commit to be respectful, and it's always with good intentions. And I know in the pressure of the moment, I'm a dad, that pressure of the moment, you best intentions often get off track, and you don't really follow through with the civility and the respect that you hope to achieve. And that's really what the purpose of the policy is. When in doubt, you go back to the policy and say, yeah, I really don't want to talk to him, but I need to. And the policy tells you, you first talk to the person you have a disagreement with and see if you can work it out, and then you don't have to bring it up in public. Because oftentimes bringing it up in public just brings a lot of tension in the room, a lot of misunderstanding, and that's really the purpose of having a structured way to deal with disagreements and to bring unity on the board. So you guys really did, Jen, you brought up something tonight with the policy on the girls and the boys in the locker room that was helpful. But the rest had to listen to you, and they did. And Joseph, the same thing, you brought that up. But the dialogue was a little bit tense, of course, but then you came to an agreement. And that's really part of what coming together as a board is having a process where you work through disagreements in a civil way. And it's really good to try to work things out before the board meeting if possible. And then you have that example of unity before the community. So anyway, think you're making progress. Thank you for adopting this.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
And last speaker is Danny Molina.
Good evening again, everybody. In several locations in that civility strategy addition to the handbook, I found that there's gendered language. So anywhere we have implemented the term he or him, we should also include a / she, her. I don't know if anybody picked that up. Not to insult anybody's intelligence, but there are female board members here as well. Also, I find it pretty sad how we experienced this situation and facilitated an environment for victim bashing. You guys emotionally tarred and feathered your own peer and then created a regulation on how to deal with the situation. How American politician of you guys. Drop the atom bomb and then create a policy so nobody can do it again. It's incredible. I want to know how this will apply retroactively, though. For example, if a board member has previously lied on record, can he or she go back and make things right using this policy? Also, what if there's another board member who is privy to that information of 2 or 1 board members not telling the truth? Can that board member then correct the record using this new verbiage? Just out of curiosity, hypothetically speaking, integrity is an incredible thing because once we choose to violate it, we can become deeply morally conflicted. The question is, will we choose to do the right thing or run for the hills? Since I have more time, I'd like to talk about this ACLU thing that keeps coming up because I don't know if it was read, but item 13 says, the stipulation does not constitute an admission by defendants concerning any matter, including the truth or validity of matters.
Is this part of the board policy?
Yes.
In the governance handbook? Is this in the governance handbook? I'm just going to remind you to stay on topic. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, that's all I had. I'll save this for another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? I move to approve the revised governance handbook 2025-26. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any board discussion?
My opinion is I'm all right with the handbook except for the civility language. I think we're grown adults. We can manage our own, I'm not going to be forced into that box. We can manage our own disputes. There are levels, and I've said this before, where you think another board member might be untrustworthy. That might change. Maybe they become trustworthy. That is up to us. We're elected officials, we're adults, we can do our business, we can talk or not talk and and listen. The whole sexual harassment thing, it doesn't even matter that it was these two that had the dispute. It could be anybody, right? At any point in time, if that happens, there's no way in hell you should expect them to get in the same room with somebody that they're accusing. All I'm saying is, that aside, I'll vote this handbook in. I'm not voting this in.
It's not a policy.
I know, but it's a norm by which we agree to self-govern. That is how this works in the governing handbook, and I will not agree to that norm.
Okay. Okay.
So we can maybe take consensus on that. Sorry to interrupt. Maybe we can take consensus on whether that stays or not. Then I can at least be on the record that I voted this in. Outside of that, let's
Okay.
take this issue.
So let's take
I
a
wanna pull that.
consensus.
And
So you're saying that you'll vote this in, even if it's there, you just don't want it to be there?
yeah, I won't support that. But if the rest of the board says, well, we want that, okay.
Okay, thank you.
And by the way, I understand that members of the public want to do the right thing, want to push civility in a good way with the spirit of, charitability. They want the board members to get along. I'm just telling you sometimes that's not happening, but we're elected officials. We are grown adults. We can do this on our own without having being told to do this step by step. I'm sorry. It's too legalistic for me.
Okay, I respect that. So
I think
there,
Mr. Schwartz and I both have comments.
okay, I was gonna look for the consensus, or do you want to comment first? Do you want us to get your the consensus
Yeah,
first?
let's do consensus. I'm done
So,
commenting.
Dr. Komorowski, do we have consensus to leave this in? I want to leave it in. Mr. Schwartz, you want to leave the civility that Mr. Langworthy amended in?
I appreciate Mr. Langworth, is he still here? I
Yeah.
appreciate his efforts and the thought behind it, but if my fellow board member feels it's not constructive or useful, then I will support what he wants to do.
I think my comment would be that the policy can't be enacted if it's a Title IX or a UCP complaint. It's not doable, and I do think we should be able to make that decision. I know there were 3 of us who earlier did vote this down when it was a policy. So I think it's important to have autonomy and then not predict what the future might look like for any other trustee, because you can't have this as a norm for every situation, and that's just the logic of looking at what we don't know in the future. So that's my comment on that, and then I have a couple other ads, but I can wait if we're closing out this aspect.
We're doing consensus on this aspect, yes or
Right,
no?
so that's my comment on this aspect.
Do you have consensus, though? Do you want it in or out? Me and Steve are saying take it out.
I would agree to take it out.
You want Mr. Langworthy's information removed? I want to leave it there.
I want it out, you want it out, and Steve, yeah, go ahead.
Steve, you want it out?
Unless it
or-
delineates with
What
which
about
kind of
you?
complaints.
I want it in not as a policy or a regulation, but as a suggestion,
A
as a strategy. It's not binding on anyone, it's just.
A recommendation.
I mean, he spent a lot of time working on it, and I agree with what Joseph is saying, that we should settle these things ourselves. And so it's there as a tool if we want to use it. So I would agree to keep it in, but it's only as a strategy, not as a policy or as something that's binding.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm just
so-
gonna ask you
So
guys,
maybe
we're
there's a
gonna go down.
solution, instead of, well, no, this
Okay.
might actually, help. Instead of following steps should be followed, the following steps are
suggested.
suggested. That's it.
High five.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
So what if we make a motion to amend it and strike the word followed and add the word
No,
suggested?
Well, should.
Should.
Steps,
Okay, so Dr. Komorowski is making the motion to strike the word, fill in the blank
the
for me.
steps are suggested. Strike should be followed, and then instead
And insert the
are
word.
suggested.
Are suggested.
Yeah.
I would make a motion to delineate the type of complaint as well, because not all are the same. So
Well,
if it's a
we're
suggestion,
we're
fine.
suggesting this.
We
Okay.
don't, I mean, we
Do I
appreciate
have
work that
do I
people are
have
doing.
a second to
Second.
to Dr. Komorowski?
Yes, I
So there's
second
been
it.
a motion and a second. Does anyone oppose the amended language that Dr. Komorowski just made? Then his amendment passes unanimously. I move to approve the revised governance handbook with the amended language as proposed by Dr. Komorowski. Let me get another second.
Second.
For the
Second.
entire handbook?
Yeah.
Because I have two more suggestions that
Okay,
I'd like
what
to
are your
offer.
suggestions, Mrs.
So I
Richards?
feel like the part with evaluating the superintendent, it should be yearly. I think that's important that is written in. The one last thing that I think we should discuss, but maybe not tonight,
What?
Sorry.
Go, keep going.
Sorry to
Your
interrupt.
is the,
time's- I'm not
okay,
stopping
so
time
the
for you.
authority of individual board members on page 21, I think it's important to recognize and delineate exactly what that means, because for a parent workshop that I was so honored to attend, I was basically told that I couldn't introduce myself and tell them my name, and that I wanted to just welcome there that morning, 45 seconds. And I was told that I can't speak on behalf of the authority of the board, which I had not planned to do. I wasn't giving a speech, but I wanted to give a shout out, welcome people, and say my name. And I was told I couldn't.
That's
And I
because you
don't think
didn't
that's-
have board
There shouldn't be board
approval.
approval for an introduction. That's my point, and that's what I would change, is that, yes, a message should be approved if you're in that situation, but no one should ever, as an elected official, not be able to say, my name's Jen Wiersma, and I just want to thank you for coming here today. I'm excited about a new school year. That should be not something controlled. So that change needs to happen. A board member should be able to introduce themselves at an event, so long as they're not messaging a dissertation on behalf of the board.
Yeah,
Okay, so.
as long as you're not speaking on behalf of the whole board, which you've done in the past.
So we're not
I'm
gonna.
asking now to differentiate that.
So, Mrs. Wiersma, do you want to bring your amendments to the next agenda? Because I don't understand what you're trying to amend. Do you have a motion, like, I want to strike this language and add this language? Or do you want to
I think
add
there
a
should
whole
be.
section to the
I
wharf?
would make a motion that a trustee at a sanctioned event should be able to introduce themselves by name and speak
Could you
under a
tell me
minute.
which
There should
regular-
No,
be.
just a sec. She's
Which one
making
is
a
she
And that's,
motion.
and that's any of us.
Okay, so Mrs. Wiersma made a motion that she can introduce herself. Do I have a second?
Or a board member.
Or a board member can introduce themselves at an event?
Yeah.
What event are we talking about?
She just wants to be able to go to school sites and speak, and she's making a
No,
motion.
no, that's not it at all.
That's what I'm
I was
trying to
gonna-
understand
Let
what
me
it is.
answer, because you just answered
Would
incorrectly
you
for
write
me.
down, would you
It was
type
the-
it up and give it to Lene, and we'll put it on the next agenda?
I just want to answer Mr. Schwartz. It was the
Okay.
parent engagement event to kick off the new year. It was the first time we did it as a district, which was awesome. Luau theme, I was excited, right up the street from me, and I went to say hello, and it just seemed silly and controlling that that was the case. So I think for
Can
all
I
of
ask,
us.
were you on the schedule to be there? Did you
I had
get in?
talked- I had
I'm
talked
just
to the
asking you a question.
superintendent, not to be a speaker,
I'm
but the
just
superintendent did know I was
asking
going to
a
be there.
question. Were you invited to that event?
As an elected official, we
Were
can
you,
attend any
excuse me,
event.
were you invited to that event?
It doesn't matter.
Excuse me, ma'am, please.
Okay, please.
I'm trying to understand
Will you
how
sit
we
by
do
her
business in this
so that she
district.
stays
I know
quiet?
if I go to a school, it's because I have an invite. Or if I want to go to an event, I will call Lene or Dr. Woods.
I did let Dr. Woods know. It was
Okay, that's what I'm asking you.
exactly. Oh,
That's
yes,
all
I
I'm
did.
asking you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. Mrs. Wiersma would like to make an amendment to the workshop handbook that says board members can go and speak in the microphone and introduce themselves and say welcome without board consensus. I believe that the board should have consensus when people speak. And I stand firm on this with election coming up for 3 of you, that I think that we need to be careful, and the board should decide who speaks at these events as a collective.
There's a difference
And there
between
was
speech and an introduction.
There was no discussion about Mrs.
interrupting Mrs.
Wiersma.
Wiersma.
Yeah, you committed not to interrupt me. There was no discussion by this board that said Mrs. Wiersma would be speaking, so when it came up, I said there's not board consensus. We didn't decide as a collective that one board member would be attending and speaking, and we were not given any context as to what the board member. If I open it to you to show up and speak, I open it up to Mr. Barham and to Mr. Schwartz, and even though right now you feel like it's okay for you to do that, some people might not feel like it's okay for Mr. Barham to do that. So fair is fair without the collective deciding that one board member is going to speak. As the board president, I said, no, we don't have consensus. And she would like to amend the workshop saying that board members can just go and introduce themselves and speak into the microphone. So this is complicated, and I believe it needs to be put on the agenda. And what I'm asking is, why don't you write up an amendment for the workshop, for the governing workbook that says board members can be this, and we'll make the motion next time and discuss it, because I think it's too complicated to just quickly amend. So we're gonna do that right now. It needs you to write down your thoughts and how you want it to
I'll
be
bring it
worded.
back.
Thank you.
And I'd like
then-
to add that when I'm at these events and a board member is in attendance, I do a pretty good job introducing the board member.
Yeah, thank you for introducing them. We
And
just
you
we
did,
just
but there
have
was
to
a
be
back and
careful with
forth
like
on
pop
how,
in, pop
right,
in.
because we went back and forth.
And I know, Mrs. Wiersma, I know it seems, you have to understand, like, there's 5 of us, we need to make it fair. I just think that pop in, open mic, we gotta be careful, and maybe you can put some good language to it so it doesn't seem so spontaneous and the board understands it. So what was the next thing you wanted to amend besides that?
One more thing.
I think with the time that I had in the agenda, that was it. I
Okay.
will recreate that so that it's very clear.
If you
We just need to take it out of the realm of controlling one
If
another.
it makes you feel better, if Dr. Woods had told me that Mr. Barham was planning to show up and take the microphone and introduce himself, I would have also said no, not without board consensus, because I don't know what the purposes of anyone doing that is, and the board has to act as a collective and make sure that we're speaking. I don't know if you just want to say hi or if you had another. We have to talk about it and approve it.
But Mr. Barham did a 1-minute speech for a newsletter that went out to over 1,000 people.
I'm not aware
and
of
that. Was
that.
far
If
more
I was
weight
aware of it, I
than
would have
saying hello.
Yeah, I'm not aware
I'm
of
just
that.
saying rules for thee, not for me. We have to be consistent.
I have no idea about his 1 minute
It was in our
speech.
staff update. You had to have seen it unless you didn't read
No,
the
I
staff update.
have not looked at the staff update because
Well,
I've
then
been
you
on the
didn't-
phone with
so
attorneys.
check it out because we should be
Okay.
fair and balanced. is what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying.
now the next thing is,
I have one thing to add.
Dr. Komorowski,
Yeah,
did you?
it's going to be a quick one. On page 15, when the president resigns or is absent or disabled, the clerk shall perform the president's duties. I'd like to insert a line. If the president temporarily
Goes on vacation or sick?
temporarily steps away and appoints the clerk to the role of president, something like that, an email shall be sent to the governing board members and the superintendent. Here's why. There are sometimes you're on vacation. I'm assuming when Emil replies all, instead of me thinking he's Brown acting, he's temporarily acting as the president because you've given him that role. Nobody knows. We need communication.
I thank you, because I was kind of struggling with whether or not I should.
Just an email.
Like, I honestly appreciate that, so let's do that.
Then we know, like, okay.
Yeah, and I know, I've told you guys, I knew I was traveling
No.
extensively
That's right.
this summer, and I'm glad you clarified that, because I was kind of like, do I tell people, do I not tell people? So I didn't
Linnea,
think you
is it
guys
reasonable
wanted to
to
know.
add a sentence in there right on that line? Okay, perfect.
So a motion has been made to add that the president will inform the board members when the clerk is, yeah. And then, do I have a second for that language? Does anyone oppose that language? Then that motion passes unanimously. I move to approve the revised governing handbook with the amendments made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Does anyone oppose? Okay, then the governance handbook is approved unanimously. Mrs. Wiersma, on next agenda, we'll be looking for your language, okay?
Melissa, can I just for a second, please? I just want to thank Emil.
Yeah.
It was a labor of love, working on it and getting it done.
Okay. Okay, thank
As
you.
always.
Let's see. So what do we have? I feel like I'm missing general public comments. Renee, what happened to the first? Wait, that's not, okay. We're gonna do bases. We have two comments. Okay. Who is speaking on bases?
Our director, Ms. Amy Paradise, for early childhood education. Come on up, Amy. You've been so patient tonight.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. A little bit late, but thank you. So my name's Amy Paradise. I'm the Director of Early Childhood and Expanded Learning, and I wanted to give you an update on our before and after school extended services, our BASES program, and also our Expanded Learning Opportunities program, ELOP. Maybe. Oh, here we go. Okay. So first, I just wanted to give you a brief overview about our program in case you're not familiar. We serve about 2,000 students in our BASES program currently. About 31% of those are students whose parents pay for our after-school childcare program, and we have about 69% that are funded by the Expanded Learning Opportunities Programs grant that Ms. Lash spoke about earlier. We serve 17 elementary schools with our BASES and Expanded Learning programs. And just a reminder, the Expanded Learning or ELOP program provides 9 hours a day of educational programming for our unduplicated students. We are currently open between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Temecula Elementary School has their own after-school program that serves about 85 students, and that's funded by a different grant, which is called the ACES grant. This program operates in collaboration with our community partner Think Together. They've actually been on that campus for several years now, and they run a really wonderful program at that site. A few years ago, we added a middle school after-school program. It's operated at all 6 middle school sites, and we have a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Southwest County. We currently serve 170 middle school students, and 38% of those parents pay for that program, and 62% are funded by that ELOP program. We also offer 30 days of intercession programming, which includes 2 weeks over spring break, 3 weeks in June, and 1 week in August before school starts. And we offer a July camp to all of our Temecula Valley Unified elementary and middle school families. I did want to talk about something exciting that's been happening in our department this fall. We are working with Great Oak High School, and we've developed a CTE work experience. So what that means is that the Great Oak Child Development Pathway students will have a work experience opportunity to practice their hands-on skills learned in class by working part-time in BASES. The students at the Great Oak program will be working in BASES 4 days a week after school as part of their 6-period early release. The students will assist BASES staff with student activities and after-school enrichment, and it's wonderful because they get to practice a lot of the child development theory that they've been learning about for a few years now. Students will also meet with their Great Oak High School teacher once a week to reflect, plan, and discuss their work experiences prior to going back to the school site. And I just want to mention, we've been trying to work on this program for about 3 years now, ever since I came into this position, and it's really been the hard work of a lot of different departments, like Mr. Arce and the Human Resources Department. Dr. Velez has been very supportive. Mr. Barham, we talked about this last year when I was doing my report. So the CTE team, my team and family programs, I just want to really thank everyone because this has been one of our passion projects, and it's so exciting to see it come to fruition. These students are going to be starting out at site September 8th.
Thank you.
One more thing. Am I up? My time's up?
time's up.
Oh, really quick, I just want you to know, after school clubs just kicked off this week at our elementary sites. Every elementary site has a VAPA club that's taught by our VAPA teacher, and we also have a Levo sports clubs at 6 sites. And I'm sorry I went long. Thank you so much.
Can you pull up the first reading minutes? All right, who's the first comment? Christine Massa. Okay.
Hello again. As a reminder, Temecula resident, actual TVUSD parent. I've got one senior and 2 graduates. Go Pumas. Melissa Chai, I bought your book. I read it. I put it in the little free library at Harveston after, so that it could pass around the community after I read it. So I would like to voice my support for the additions to the board policy on board member visits. My children have been victim of having their pictures taken on campus by Trustee Wiersma without the authority to do so, and then posted on her social media without my consent nor support, and I'm hopeful that this will end. One thing that is missing for me is what the consequences will be for board members who violate this policy. Violating board members for this particular issue to no avail since they're not district employees. For your discussion, I would appreciate your providing an understanding of what happens when this board policy is violated. Can a board member be compelled to remove the pictures, and can you please address this in the policy? Thank you.
Okay, last speaker is Dr. Regev.
Okay, next, then, will you click on vice clerk? Oh, you have 3? Yeah, I should have them. Do you have 3? Is it general public comment? No, okay, we're not quite there yet. Okay, so first is vice clerk, and I believe that our board, this was brought up by Mrs. Wiersma when I wasn't even elected yet, that our board probably should have more than one person in this line of command. And so the vice clerk, this position already exists, but I also think that it would be, I wanted to marry the board advisory committee liaison. I came up with that. Mr. Schwartz gave me the word liaison, and a vice clerk. So they would act as in 2 roles. One, they would meet with the board advisory committee. And you said they're observational only when they meet? So just observational, and then they report back to the board what happened at the board advisory committee. And then if the president is gone, and we had this when Dr. Komorowski was recalled, that Mrs. Wiersma stood in as the clerk, but she didn't have anyone to help her as a vice clerk. So this gives a vice clerk. Our board has been here before. And that is the first read. If you guys, and when I'm gone, then Emil's in charge, and then we have a vice clerk. I really want to break up our teams on this board. I want us to work together more, and I am going to put on the next agenda, I want a vice president too, so that 4 board members have leadership roles. Please bring ideas if somebody has ideas. I think that we all can act in leadership roles, and then we'll have, if, as odd as it is, if we lose 2 board members, we'll have people in place that can fill in up to 3 positions. I am going to point out that once a year, we have a reorganization meeting by law. That will be the clerk and the president, but that assistant or vice clerk and vice president, those roles can change. They're not dictated by law, so we can decide how often we want to change those. That doesn't have to happen at the reorganization. It's how those are handled. Anyways, and then what was the other one? School visits to schools. We have so many complaints about pictures and students, and I feel like this would be the board regulating ourselves. So I'm asking that when we're going to site visits, these are for observation. They shouldn't be used for social media or campaigning. And so I added this language I do believe that, I mean, you guys can decide next time if you, I think that the board should all acknowledge that they've read this and understood that again, it's expectations of conduct when they're at the site visit. I want the board to acknowledge that they understand their expectations of behavior at these site visits before they're allowed to do scheduled site visits, just to ensure the safety of the students and the privacy of the students. So that's why I have that language there, that they will sign acknowledging that they understand this, the expectations. That's it. And then,
Are you taking
you want to have a
additional
question?
comments?
Question?
No, I don't have a question. Well, I don't have a comment. I'm tired. All right, let me rephrase this. I do have a comment, and it is this. I think with that policy, there needs to be additional discussion. Obviously, there's football games. Obviously, there's a situation. I have a friend in the district, and we take a photo. I would invite people to look at my social media if they have questions. I'm pretty careful. I don't target individuals. I put a lot of thought into loving this community and wanting to be sure that if we're at a ribbon cutting or some other public measure that, you know, there's a stamp of that. So I just think it's important to delineate a couple more things within this. And we can have that discussion next time.
Okay, and
as
if
a first read.
if you read the policy, you'll see this is scheduled site visits, not when you're on site. These are for our scheduled site visits. That's what
And I
this
have,
policy
and
is.
there's even delineations with that. So
Okay, well,
we can discuss
perfect.
those at the next meeting.
Please bring your amendments to the next meeting. I did put this in again. We have 3 board members that are going to be up for re-election, and I want to protect the sites and the students from being involved in any campaigning as well. And so I did put that in, besides the numerous complaints about pictures. That's why that's been.
Are you able to send us copies of those complaints? Because I think if you're going to say there's many, whether it's legal or somebody else.
I think Michael Marble had them, and then they stopped taking them when, we're not going to get into it now.
But if you said there's
Michael
many
Marble.
complaints, I just want to make sure that's validated.
I think we had I think we had a member of the public just say that they made a complaint. Let's move on.
And that's fine. I just want you to substantiate what you've
was
said
that?
as fact.
Okay, so there.
That was a ribbon cutting with cheerleaders.
So we're going to
and
stop, and we're
many,
just
many
going to go on
individuals.
to general public comments. How many general public comments do we have? 17? Are all 17 people still here? Okay. I just want to raise a hand so we can figure out how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have like 17. You guys want to do 2 minutes? Holy smokes. Yes.
First up, yes?
Yeah, we'll keep. Okay, so we have board consensus, 2 minutes per comment.
Can I
Okay,
interrupt for
first
just
up-
a minute?
Um,
Did we do anything with this did we vote?
It's information item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
First read,
Excuse
good
me.
question.
Sorry.
Okay, first up is Chris Haas, followed by Steve Campos. Chris? Is there a Chris out there?
No, Steve's gone.
Okay, Chris is gone. Steve's gone.
Yeah.
Campos? Ron? Is there Ron Larson out there?
He's gone.
All right. Janice? Hi, Janice.
Hi. First, to be clear, I attended the July 21st special meeting in my capacity as an educational consultant who advocates for effective and ethical K through 12 school board governance. I did not attend because of any prior relationship with Trustee Wiersma. In fact, I introduced myself and spoke to her for the first time at that meeting because I was so appalled by the treatment she received and by the overall misconduct I witnessed, particularly given the sworn declaration that was publicly released. And I request that the implications of the sworn declaration be placed on the next regular meeting agenda, specifically to allow for discussion of Trustee Anderson's potential dishonesty during the sexual harassment investigation and what she meant by "that's just Steve being Steve" in reference to Trustee Schwartz's conduct. I'll be putting my agenda request in writing. And Trustees Anderson and Barham, while you won with the Republican Party's endorsement, I do not believe that the Republicans or the majority of community members, regardless of political affiliation, could support the kind of leadership you are demonstrating. Most folks believe in freedom of speech, ethical governance, and the duty of school boards to ensure their districts comply with state and federal laws. This includes civil rights protections that safeguard complainants from harassment, disparagement, and retaliation, regardless of whether their claims are ultimately substantiated. Moreover, if your intent is to foster division, hostility, and polarization, then you are succeeding. But you should know this comes at a real cost. Home values and community pride are tied directly to the strength of its public schools. By eroding public trust and compromising the integrity of this district, you are not serving families or homeowners.
Ms. Strange, do you want to give up? Yeah, nope, you're coming. And followed by Jack. Is Jack here? No? So followed by Daniel.
On behalf of Taxpayers Oversight for Parents and Students, we honor Trustees Anderson, Barnum, and Schwartz for the Most Point of Honor Award. We went all out on the frames at the dollar store. In recognition of your extraordinary ability to interrupt, silence, and shut down community voices and fellow trustees, congratulations. Emil, you're famous. 1.3 million views on Libs of TikTok. Wow. I hope you don't keep that up, because it wasn't very becoming. And while you spew venomous comments, pushing policies that force girls to undress in front of boys, why not adopt Jen and Joseph's excellent policy that was done last June? Why not? Why do you want to have boys be watching girls undress? It just doesn't make sense. Well, all I can say is vote no on any shared sex facilities. What do Jessica Tapia, Elizabeth Marabelli, Lori Ann West, Sean Redmond, and Stephanie Friedman all have in common? They are teachers from San Diego, Orange, and Riverside counties fired for refusing to let boys in girls' locker rooms or play along with fake pronouns. They are winning in court. Let that sink in. Taxpayers are stuck with millions in legal bills and massive payouts. Teachers are not only opting out of their unions responsible for this insanity, but they'll walk away with jackpots while you drag this district into more lawsuits, risking losing $29 million in federal.
Danny Molina, followed by Josh.
Can someone explain how in the world 3 of the 5 members on our Community Advisory Council are significant players from the One Temecula PAC? One of them, I was told, was sent to the CRT board meeting, was previously held, to report back everything that was going on to Jeff Pack. Also, it doesn't take much research to see the harsh words he had to say online about Jen and Dr. Komorowski. Doesn't that violate Section E, Part 2 of the Advisory Council Guidelines? Then we have Gary Oddie, who is on record talking about infiltrating our school board and city council. I'm sure he's a nice guy, though. Any meal picking him has nothing to do with the self-preservation for next election. Then we have Upneat. You can probably pull up board meetings from this year where she says some pretty ugly comments to our board members. Again, doesn't that violate Section E, Part 2 of Advisory Council Guidelines? Not to mention the free speech violation that she brought forward to our district to help push her recall. If you read the settlement that was made with the ACLU, it stipulates that for the next 3 years, her and Julie Geary are essentially the assigned watchdogs of our district for the ACLU. And the fact that Chelsea Boyle's situation hasn't caused her to sound the alarm means that her intent to stand on the importance of freedom of speech is not genuine, but instead a prop to go after specific board members at her discretion. She made the decision to puff her chest up at our district, waste time, district funds, and for the next 2 years, she has to stand on that decision. Any attempt by a board member to involve her as a decision maker within our district within that time frame is acting recklessly and not in the best interest of all stakeholders. I'm sure that was Mr. Schwartz who elected her to that seat. And lastly, and most importantly, it's alleged to me that she is the number 2 in command for One Temecula PAC right now. I also recently saw an email chain from a public records request where it looked like Upneat is directing Melinda Anderson on how to move and conduct herself as board president. Now, Dr. Woods, I know I spoke with you over the phone about this council, but at the time, I had no clue who was actually on it. Either our superintendent is being played by colluding board members or our community is being played. Either way, this council obviously does not represent the community overall. It seems like the people who were elected are no longer willing to genuinely.
Josh Sherling, followed by Mary Davis.
When you're going through life and you're a teenager, junior high or high schooler, and you're trying to figure out who you are, it's not uncommon to go through an identity crisis and try to figure things out. Everybody goes through this. We, as a school district, as a society, should make allowances for people to find out who they are. The policy about trans people, everybody makes this big deal about, biological boys being in the locker room with girls, but here's the thing, they just want to change their clothes. They just want to get in and get out and not be late. Like, we're making this big hub, and I don't know in high school or junior high who runs around naked. I know I didn't. I think we are blowing it way out of proportion. So I would like to take the school board members' idea. I loved it. Let's expand the policy. Let's not call it a religious exemption because that has bad connotations, or mental health connotation because those things have stigmas and weights with them. Let's just call it a privacy policy. Something that more people like me who don't want to have my shirt off around my, because like the comments that I get, I was in the Navy. You know how many comments I got about my bad, and I have teenagers. So let's change the scope of it. Let's change the language. Dr. Komorowski, your comments about the AI thing, I agree with the survey. I think we need a policy, just make it a scale of 1 to 5. China is beating the crap out of us. If we don't teach our kids how to use AI safely, ethically, then our global competitors are going to mop the floor with us because the infrastructure on electricity that it takes to run AI, they are decades ahead of us. We need to get caught up when it comes to AI and how to make our society better with it. We got to do it safely, though, with ethics. So please operate in love, protect our kids. Thank you.
Time. Mary, followed by Melanie.
Hi, yes. Good evening. Mary Davis here. So just real quickly, I wanted to say congratulations, Melissa. You're doing a great job, and I want to hear more from you, okay? And then, Emil, I wanted to apologize to you. I did believe, I might have said terrorist and but you said terrorize. And so that is a derivative, and take it for what it is, inflammatory and defamatory. And then also AI. Remember, if you're going to teach AI, you've got to teach them the most important one thing, and that is it's not about the AI, it's about who does the programming. GIGO, garbage in, garbage out, who controls the algorithm, controls the mind. How we got here, a really wise woman asked earlier, how did we get here with all this medicalization of students? And the answer, there's two of them. 1993, Bush approved the LEA Medi-Cal billing, it's BOP, which allowed schools to start billing Medi-Cal. Okay, so once you incentivize monetization, guess what? You get more monetization. Come along, Newsom approved AB 483 in 2023, which allowed more federal Medicaid billing, and that was for funding school-based health and mental health services. Again, once you monetize it, you will get more of it. So we have actually turned it from education as a priority to mental health, students, and medicalization as a priority. Maybe we should just call them patients and not students, because that is where we're headed with all of this. So much so, San Diego Unified, actually, they just did their strategic plan, 5 of them. Do you think number 1 was literacy or math? No, those are number 2 and number 3. Number 1 is wellness. Again, cui bono, who is benefiting? The doctors and the billing. Lastly, I did find a book for all of you, and I'm going to give you a copy, but it's What the State of California Knows About Raising Your Child, a comprehensive guide to why politicians and bureaucrats know better than you. Refer to it for Title IX. I think we need to be honoring federal law, not state law, because this.
Thank you. Melanie, followed by Manuk.
Earlier tonight, when Dr. Komrosky brought up that he had this concern that the students in our community, the girls, they've been going through this since Jerry Brown put this in our state of California in 2013. We have to really think that this has been since 2013. Millions of students in California have gone through this. These are not teenagers anymore. We now have 30-year-olds who have gone through this in the locker rooms. If this was so horrible and women and boys were so traumatized by this, we'd have been hearing about this by now. But we haven't. We haven't been hearing about the negative impacts of this mixed-use space at all. It hasn't even been on the radar of the majority of people in California. Obviously, because so many people think that Temecula was the ones that started it. There has been no evidence, there's absolutely no evidence that a mixed-use space has a negative impact on girls. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. There is no evidence in California. There, I'll clarify that. What we do have evidence is, there is a 2019 study that shows that restricting access to locker rooms increases sexual assaults on trans students by 11%. We also saw that reducing restrooms and access, locker room access to trans girls in particular, increases physical violence against them 2.5 times. That's what we know happens to our students when we actually do reduce their space. That's the evidence that we have. We deserve proof, not fear-mongering. Thank you.
Thank you. Nook out there? No? Okay. Oscar? Oscar out there? Okay.
Hi, everyone. So first email, that was something that was really trivial. You should have voted no. Same for you, Wirzma. I'm disappointed that you didn't vote no on this policy. Now, Dr. Komrosky, I voted for Dr. Komrosky, and until now, he didn't disappoint me. So far, he's empowering the voters, as far as I can see, and thank you for that. It doesn't go unnoticed. Dr. Woods, thank you for listening when we speak. Thank you for all the work that you do, and thank you for a beautiful presentation in July. Schwartz, I'm not your friend, so don't call me your friend. The fact that we are both Jewish doesn't, other than that, there is no commonality between us. No commonality between us. Barham, you lied. It's my opinion that you lied to the public. So, and you still have, I think you still have a chance to redeem it. So please, you can do better. Anderson, I don't trust you. I don't trust you at all. You lied to the public on many occasions. You violated privacy of your brother. You told the public here on the dais that he had mental issues when he was a kid in school. How can we trust you with our kids? Same to you, Schwartz. You watched your daughter being silenced by these two, and you did nothing. That is very true. I watched it just to make sure. You do not speak when I speak. Let me speak.
Time. Kimberly De La Cruz, followed by Upney.
Good evening. At the July 21st, 2025 board meeting, Ms. Wiersma stated, "I have endured a high level of institutional retaliation." Now, as an employee of this district for many years who actually did endure retaliation to my legitimate complaints and lawsuits, which I won with ACLU, OCR, and RCOE, your claims of victimization and retaliation are insulting and irrational. While you are not a victim of harassment and retaliation, I do agree the district can do a better job at investigating and addressing complaints. On February 28th, an employee emailed GMS's outgoing administrator with concerns about students using racial slurs. Her concerns were not addressed. Then 2 weeks later, on March 12th, during a staff meeting while in a small group discussion, an employee made a comment using the N-word, not once, but twice. This same employee had complaints filed against them the previous year for a multitude of reasons. One of these complaints included an email where this employee used the phrase, "you and your people." After the staff meeting, at least 2 employees filed complaints and included witness names. During the investigation process, no one from Human Resources or the compliance officer, Mr. Marble, even took the time to come and talk with the employees who were most affected. Instead, Human Resources sent a list of questions to the current outgoing administrator, and witnesses were not contacted. Needless to say, a thorough investigation was not done. On March, I emailed my concerns about this situation to Mr. Arce and also you, Dr. Woods. Dr. Woods, you replied and stated that this type of issue requires careful consideration. Well, here we are at the beginning of the school year, and I ask, how much consideration did you put into the thought of having this employee return to the same site, and how our marginalized colleagues may feel having to see and work collaboratively with this person every single day?
Upney, followed by Christine Massa.
I had a lot of topics and some got added on at the end. I'm going to try to cover everything. So the first thing is, can the school board sue the state? Our neighboring school districts tried for AB 1955. The court was very clear in their standing that school boards, as the arm of the state government, do not have the standing to sue the state. So all these suggestions about take a stand, take the fight is wasting money. It's already been decided. The school board does not have standing. It has been already said. And then socialism and Marxism are economic theories. I don't know why they keep coming up again and again for religion and for everything else. And I think the number for federal budget is actually incorrect, because I wrote something to you for conferences. Only 3% of our budget is supplied by the federal government, which is $12 million, not $29 million. The recall was successful, Mrs. Wiersma. That is why you got to serve as the presiding officer. So saying the recall was successful, and so was his recollection, with about the same margin of 200 votes. So saying that the recall was not successful is very hard to do. I gave you the stats of why it is so hard to do, and it was successful. Then I have a choice between the private, I'll go with the privacy policy that you proposed first, and I don't think I'll have time to address the Citizen Advisory Committee. You had 5 points in there: biometrics, student strip searches, quizzes, and there was one more. And the privacy one was that they will not be subjected to partial or partial nudity of the opposite chromosome. I don't know if you watched the cross-country team practice down the road. They take their shirts off. I would consider that partial nudity. I sent you the swim team's photograph. I don't know how you will be implementing that policy of the opposite gender not being subjected to partial nudity. I get the point, but that is not legally enforceable. And I guess Citizen Advisory Committee, I'll keep it for next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Massa?
Well, that's always a hard act to follow. I have a couple of topics. I'm going to start with AI. One of the fastest growing segment of the jobs market. I'm a recruiter. This is what I do pretty much every day. Not just jobs in AI, but the ability to use AI. One of the major tech companies recently, in one of the articles I read this week, just made it a job requirement for all their new employees to be able to use AI. It's the future for our kids. AI for them is what computers in schools were for our generation, assuming we're around the same generation. You carry a computer in your pocket now. Trustee Wiersma, you've quoted Google AI from the dais. I know you and I looked up the same thing at the same time, and you were quoting the same thing I was seeing on my computer. I'm pretty sure I even heard a public comment or two that was authored by ChatGPT tonight. Dr. Komrosky, I guarantee your students probably know more about AI than you do. I know that everything that I learned to introduce me to AI, particularly generative AI, was taught to me by my son Devil. There's a quote recently that says our generation uses AI like a Google. Melissa's generation uses AI like a collaborator. So it's very different uses. We don't want our kids to not learn this stuff and not be competitive, like Mr. Sherling said. Don't be afraid of what you don't know. Make the effort to learn it. Quick mention, Trustee Schwartz and I have a community event that we frequently do together annually. He doesn't draw attention to himself and he doesn't introduce himself. He just shows up and does what he volunteered to do. And last, I want to mention that major school events such as homecomings and ribbon cuttings have official district photographers there creating sanctioned videos that can be shared from TVUSD socials. If you really care about student safety and protecting girls, no matter who you are, if a parent asks you to take down a picture of your daughter, you do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a negotiations update?
Just a short update. We're going to be meeting with CSEA on September 12th for bargaining, and we have an ad hoc budget committee with TVA next week on the 3rd. That's about it. Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Everyone has their board member comments. Mr. Schwartz, your board member comments.
It's been a busy school, beginning of the school year. I've had 6 school visits with Dr. Woods, some with Mr. Barham, and I'm so happy to see what's going on in our schools with our kids and our staff. Just amazing. I do want to sincerely thank those of you who responded to my daughter's message regarding the online harassment directed at her and my wife after the last board meeting. You want to pick on someone, pick on me. Leave my family alone. As a father and a fellow board member, I had hoped that all members of this board would acknowledge and take seriously the impact that this harassment is having on my family. Remaining silent in the face of targeted abuse, especially towards a child, is not a neutral act. It communicates indifference at best and at worst complicity. As leaders in our community, we have a responsibility not only to protect our students and families, but also to stand up against intimidation and extremism in all forms. I urge all of you to reflect on what kind of a board and what kind of an example we want to be. Thank you again to those who offered your support to my daughter and responded to her email. Someone talked about civility among trustees, yet one of our trustees got up in public to criticize a fellow board member. I thought we all agreed that we were going to be civil to each other, but I guess that was just a quick thank you. Before we adjourn tonight, I want to take a moment to publicly thank the principals and teachers across our district. As a board member, I've had the privilege of visiting many of our schools, and every time I walk away impressed by the dedication, leadership, and care of our staff, not just for their schools, but for every student, every teacher, and every member of the staff, including classified and certificated members. Principals are often the first to arrive and the last to leave. They carry the responsibility of leading with vision while managing the day-to-day realities of running a school. It's no small task, and they all do it with resilience, heart, and a deep commitment to our students. On behalf of the board, as a member of this community, I want to extend my deepest appreciation to our staff. Your leadership makes a difference, and it does not go unnoticed. Thank you for everything you do to help our schools thrive. And I wasn't going to say this, but unfortunately, people keep bringing up the same old issue, so I'm going to read the conclusion of Nicole Miller and Associates in the investigation of the alleged incident that happened. In accordance with our findings, Nicole Miller and Associates... Well,
Time.
Okay. I'll read it next week. Thank you.
Who's after Schwartz? Wiersma?
The first thing I want to do is reiterate once again to each and every person here, regardless of where you stand or at home, thank you for listening. Thank you for being a part of our community. We appreciate your input and perspective, so thank you for your patience tonight. Today, not today, but in the past month, I've had the great joy of going to Summit Academy twice. I love the joy there. The ribbon cutting, being there to celebrate a new building, to see how excited those students are and how much they love where they go to school. It's amazing. And I know we have a new principal there. She's doing great work. I also had the wonderful opportunity to go to Livornia. The principal there is actually an old friend. We know each other from high school, so it was neat to chat with her and then to go on to French Valley Elementary as well and celebrate where they're making some improvements. All sites know they've got things to work on. I also had the chance to attend our first ever back to school parent engagement seminar. And I do want to thank the staff for their work. It's always hard for it to be the first. And I appreciated they took time on a Saturday to have a luau theme and to welcome people. It was a smaller group. And how great that is, that people felt like they were really special and heard. There were great breakouts. I learned things in the breakouts. Amy Ricken is stellar. She talked about all of our new CTE possibilities. And as a student who has just got into paramedic school and has gone through fire science and all of it, I'm thankful for the education that he received. So I'm so looking forward to where we continue to go with Amy Ricken's leadership. I do want to be sure that the parents know out there that I was not voting for or in support of mental health or religious accommodations. I spent a great deal of time doing the research and study. Maybe the form that I brought way back in May, June wasn't perfect, but we had the chance to personalize it. And that was always the goal, to say, how can we make this ours and take the legal guidelines through CSBA and be in the window where we could have that in an annual packet. We've missed it, but here we are, and we're going to try to figure this out. It was a tough conversation, but thank you to those who were a part of it. I'd like the unions to think about going to Sacramento and talking to them about what we're dealing with the women. How about you impact the legislators? Make sure that we separate the students. Assembly 495, it was dubbed the Family Preparation Plan Act of 2025, and I want you to know that as a board, we're looking into that. We're always going to support your rights as parents, and on our watch, not allow for someone to come take your child.
Are you next, Doc?
Okay, I just wanted to thank the parents. These are rough meetings, especially these go, till 11 o'clock at night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for enduring, the time pressed upon you to stay for comments and all that. Loved hearing the feedback. Tonight in particular, on these issues that we face with the mental health or the religious exemption, I'll go back earlier. One of the options was to not bring anything like this forward and let site admin deal with it, work behind the scenes, finesse it, and that way it doesn't raise so much public attention and increase the vitriol. Another option is to work with the privacy option. It seems like a few board members are on board with that, and so am I. I can go either way with that, but I think the privacy is a good option. So that was good to see that the board was working together. I just wanted to thank the staff, Mr. Arce, Mrs. Lash, Mrs. Deus, Dr. Velez. Thank you for all you do behind the scenes. You don't get enough thanks. And Melissa, you are in the right seat, and I'm glad you're here, even if you disagree with me. Thank you. I like hearing from you. Yeah. I wanted to say, I can't wait to do the site visits. I was on a retreat with my son, doing a father-son retreat for a week and a half, so I missed a couple, but they weren't in my trustee area, so I'm excited to get on board with that. I really want to hit up the chess club at Temecula Valley High School. Come on, I've been saying it for 2 years. I got to get in there. 5-minute game. Great Oak High School, holy crap. So I hope Amy Ritkins is awake. You're probably not, but I hope you are. I am a huge San Diego FC fan. I have season tickets. So does Mr. Schwartz. Lo and behold, San Diego, we're like #1 in the country right now. We oscillate between #1 and #2. I'm watching the game with Portland Timbers, and a guy comes on for the Portland Timbers, a forward, and I'm against him, Lassiter. Guess where he's from? Great Oak High School, Temecula. And they announced his name, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And I was like stoked for him, right? And then he almost scored on us. My heart skipped a beat. I'm like, no. Even though, yes, no. So I was really stoked that Great Oak High School got mentioned in Temecula. That's awesome. So I want to do a deep dive and see how he was on the soccer team. The Great Oak?
The track and the field, all brand new turf.
Awesome. So that was stoked. It's a small world. And I think that's it. Thank you all.
So July we were off pretty much. There wasn't much going on. So I wasn't at the district every day in July, but I've stepped it up in August, which I enjoy very much. I went to Summit, Livonia, and French Valley with the superintendent. The teachers are happy. The strategies that they implement in teaching those kids are superior. Every single class, the kids are happy, and we're doing a great job educating these kids in Temecula, bottom line. And no one can refute that. So what have I been busy with? Well, we are talking about how we are going to get our third graders and our fourth graders to know their multiplication and division facts by the time they end the fourth grade. So I've been working on that with Mr. Schwartz. What are we going to do with students who are failing middle school in the last semester? Maybe provide summer school. We're talking about that. It's education related. We're talking about bringing a golf program into the elementary schools and possibly into Margarita, but we want our youngsters to experience golf. I am working with the city to close up an unsafe gate with Councilman Schwenk and open up another gate, adding bike racks so that there's a bike path and it's not safe. So I'm working on that so that our students are safe. I'm working on making sure that our grading policies in world language and science are consistent across our secondary schools. I am working on making the rounds with our safety and security advisor, doing safety and risk assessments, campus by campus, to ensure our campuses are safe. That's just some of the things I'm working on. I enjoy the collaboration at the district level. We've gotten a lot done. Our students are doing well, as evidenced by our test scores. My focus is education. I know that I have to deal with these other issues, which that's part of my role. As a teacher, I'd rather spend my time on the education part, but that's I have to do it, so I do it. But I just want to say, this is a great school district. We're doing well here, and I look forward to continuing on with you folks in the future. Thank you.
Time. Then I want to ask the board to consider, maybe we should start with the student board member for general board comments. Sure. Moving forward. Yeah. Are you guys okay with that? Do you want to be first? First the worst, last the best? No. Briefly, I just want to say to Dr. Komorowski and Mr. Schwartz, thank you for upholding your commitment to help me with this meeting and for not interrupting, for not making personal attacks, and for respectful debate. I appreciate that. I want to encourage Mr. Barham and Mrs. Wiersma to work on not interrupting each other. And even though you spoke as a citizen, Mrs. Wiersma, I think we all need to really work hard on not making personal attacks on each other. I don't think that's productive for the meeting. So I challenge you, Mr. Barham, to please focus on those things and do better next time. And again, thanks to Dr. Komorowski and Mr. Schwartz.
Sure. I don't have a whole lot to say. I hope that everyone's been enjoying the start of the school year. I know I have. And if there are any TVUSD students still watching this, I just want to make it clear that I am always open to discussion and hearing from you about any board policies, and I would love to bring those ideas here as your elected representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Dr. Woods.
Thank you. It takes a lot of people to open these schools. And over the last couple of weeks, it's just been impressive to watch how we can place 27,000 plus kids in a seat, how we can continue to have back to school nights throughout the district that parents have been attending. I've seen many. We opened 29 schools safely in an organized way. Many of us got out to the schools on that very important first couple of hours. It's just amazing how they open the way they do and the people that have done that. Our girls flag football team had its first competitive contest in the history of the district. And HRD, great job this summer hiring several hundred classified and certificated employees and getting them all placed in a position. So congratulations to the district, and I agree with you, Mr. Barham. We have a great set of schools here.
We do.
And it's lovely to go there and enjoy them.
It's great.
Thank you very much.
Lene, are there any future agenda items? Okay, thank you. In accordance with the government, I can't even read, or ed codes, the board may meet and, oh, we're not doing that. I'm just reading straight off. Okay. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for September 9th, 2025. This meeting is adjourned Tuesday, August 26, 2025 at 11:14 p.m.